I spent 2 decades in law enforcement, working in one of the toughest metropolitan areas in the country, I'd say. I was a shift commander for most of that time. I'm trained to be the clinical, objective, and immune to fear one. My job involved seeing humanity at its absolute worst, the grisly aftermath of violence, accidents where the victims were barely recognizable, and the kind of chaotic situations that civilians only read about in the headlines. I know the stench of burnt electrical wiring, stale blood, and the metallic boil of fresh blood. But there is one night and one call that bypassed all of my training, and it still gives me cold sweats if I let myself think about it too long. It's just for different reasons. It happened maybe 8 years ago. I was partnered with Ruiz, a young officer, sharp, eager, straight out of the academy. The call came in just after 2 a.m. Suspicious disturbance at a notorious address. It was a massive, dilapidated home on the far edge of the industrial park. Condemned, slated for demolition for years, but nobody ever touched it. Local kids would, of course. They'd use it for dares, but we hadn't had a call in months. We pulled up and immediately saw the problem. The front door, a heavy, dark oak thing, was wide open, hanging slightly ajar. "Vandals," I muttered to Ruiz. "Let's clear it out." We drew our sidearms, flashed our lights, and went inside. The house was a wreck. Rotting wood, plaster dust, the smell of mildew and decay. Ruiz took the living room and I took the foyer. The first abnormal thing was the temperature. The air outside was freezing, but the moment we crossed the threshold into the main room, it dropped another 20 degrees. It was a specific, heavy, deep cold. We made our way down a narrow hallway, and there was a cheap fluorescent light fixture overhead, shattered, but still buzzing faintly. It was low and irritating, making that E sound. This was new, though. Lights being on. I hadn't seen that. As we reached the base of the main staircase, the buzzing sound didn't stop. It just shifted. It rose in a pitch rapidly transforming into a single, high-frequency electric scream, one that reverberated through the silent house. It took me a minute to realize it wasn't a real scream. It lasted maybe 3 seconds, then it died completely, and the house was dead quiet again. Ruiz and I had no idea what it was, but we both knew it wasn't a person. Either way, we kept through the house, on alert, just in case. Almost as soon as we kept moving, we heard footsteps. They were slow, heavy, coming from the second floor directly above us. Not the light scurry of a kid or the sneaking of a teen. It was the measured tread of a man in heavy boots. Ruiz, his face pale and eyes wide, leveled his weapon up the staircase. He was giving commands. "Police, come down slowly with your hands where I can see them." Nothing. The footsteps had stopped right at the top of the landing, and there was just silence. I raised my flashlight beam. I could see the dusty landing, the dark banister, and there was nothing. Then there was a sound that sorta breaks my brain. It was a low, gravelly chuckle, but it wasn't human. It belonged to no man that I've ever arrested. It was deep, resonant, seemed to originate not from a mouth, but from the walls of the house itself, and it was echoing with a kind of sick glee. It was the sound of something immensely old and pleased with itself. It was horrifying. Ruiz dropped his gun slightly and looked at me, his eyes portraying pure, unadulterated fear. "Commander, what the hell was that?" Before I could answer, a tremendous crack sounded from the upper floor, and the whole house vibrated violently, sending dust raining down from the ceiling. It sounded like something incredibly heavy, maybe a dresser, a fridge, had been picked up and slammed down. I didn't wait. "Get out," I shouted, grabbing Ruiz's shoulder and pulling him back toward the open front door. We burst out into the cold air, panting, our adrenaline levels through the roof. We stood there for a full minute, weapons drawn, pointing them at the empty open doorway. Nothing followed. When we finally calmed down enough to go back inside and document the scene, as protocol would demand, we went straight to the staircase. The buzzing light was dark and silent. There was no sign of anything having fallen or broken upstairs. But right at the base of the stairs, in the thick layer of plaster dust that covered the floor, I saw a clear, deep impression of a police duty boot. It was enormous, maybe a size 14, much bigger than either of ours. The tread lines were perfectly defined. It looked like someone had been standing there, just watching us, before that final house-shaking slam. But what's more odd, there were no footsteps leading to the spot or away from. Just a set, right there. We wrote up the incident as unfounded, possible structural failure. Ruiz and I have never spoken about the laugh or the boot print, the event at all, really. I didn't want him to come off as the crazy new guy, and I certainly wasn't going down as the crazy commander. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't still wonder what we encountered that night. When I was 6, my parents bought a really nice house. It was one of those houses with a turret, deep porches, dark, beautiful woodwork everywhere. To a kid, it was a palace. To my parents, it was a money pit. To me, looking back now, it was simply where I learned that some people or things never truly leave. We didn't call it haunted. We called it the man in the house. It was easier that way, like acknowledging an eccentric uncle who happened to live between the walls. The most constant and perhaps weirdest manifestation was the piano music. My mother was a pianist, but the beautiful grand piano that dominated the parlor was sold off when I was maybe 4, before we even moved in. The room remained the parlor, high ceilings, large bay windows, but it was empty, save for a few antique chairs. My mother's piano, a much smaller one, sat in an entirely different area of the house. Almost every night, around 2 a.m., you could hear it, clear as a bell, coming right out of that empty room. The deep, heavy, slightly off-key chords of an old-fashioned hymn. Not rock and roll or jazz. It sounded like something you'd hear at a funeral in the 1920s. My dad, a lifelong engineer, fought this tooth and nail. "It's the plumbing. It's the radiators heating up," he'd shout, pulling his pillow over his head. The pipes don't play 3 verses of Amazing Grace before ending on a dramatic, final, low-octave thump. They just don't. I was maybe 10 when I had my first truly physical interaction. It happened at the top of the grand staircase, which was the centerpiece of our entryway. I was daydreaming, staring down into the foyer, holding a laundry basket. Suddenly, I felt 2 massive hands slap my shoulder blades and push hard. It wasn't a playful shove. It was a genuine attempt to propel me forward down the 20 or so winding steps. I remember the shock more than the fear. I stumbled forward, dropped the basket, and threw my arms out, catching the thick, carved banister just in time. The momentum almost ripped my shoulder out of its socket. I whirled around, heart pounding like a hummingbird, but I was alone. My landing was empty. The sound of my heavy breathing was the only thing I could hear. When my parents came running up, drawn by the crash of the basket. I told them I'd just tripped. I don't know why, but I knew better than to tell them I'd been pushed. They'd think I was crazy or making it up, that I'd been watching too many scary movies. But I felt the pressure, distinct outline of those unseen hands, for hours afterward. My little brother Max, who was 4 years younger than me, had his turn years later. He was maybe 9. He slept in a twin bed in a small room off the back of the house. One evening, he came flying into my room, absolutely hysterical, sobbing so hard he couldn't form words. I finally calmed him down enough for him to whisper, "He sat on my feet." Max explained that he was lying in bed, reading with a flashlight, when he felt the foot of the mattress slowly start to sink down, exactly as if someone had perched their weight at the edge. He was paralyzed with fear, and he couldn't move. Finally, he got the courage to pull his feet and throw the blanket off. He said there was nothing there, but he saw the deep physical indentation left in the mattress where the weight had been. And as he watched, the indentation slowly began to rise back up, the cotton and the springs reclaiming their shape, as if the unseen figure had just casually stood up and walked away. He didn't describe it as eloquently, but the way he did was terrifying. He understood that he'd seen something that wasn't there. I don't really know how hauntings work. I just know that the ghost only seemed to ever get physical those 2 times. My parents finally sold the house when I left for college. They were ecstatic to get rid of the maintenance nightmares, but I think they were also tired of sharing their home with a silent tenant, because I think they knew too. My last memory of that place is standing in the empty parlor. I was focusing heavy on the spot where the phantom piano always played. I was half expecting it to play again. It didn't. I found myself whispering goodbye as I left. We don't really live anywhere near there anymore, but I often wonder if the new owners sometimes hear the music, or if they ever feel the spirit there. I wonder if they've had to name the man in the house, or if he's decided to stay silent for a change. I hope for their sake he has. This happened about 5 years ago, back when I was still traveling a lot for the startup I worked for. I was sent to Chicago for a week-long conference. My company booked a corporate Airbnb, one of those places owned by an investment group, not an actual person. It was in a recently converted loft building. Everything was stainless steel, white walls, and aggressively modern. It was so new it felt sterile. I figured if any place was safe from the supernatural, it was this apartment. I mean, I hadn't put much thought into it, but in retrospect, it should have been. No history, no dusty attics, no tragedy. The first night, everything was fine, but the second night, I was sitting on the sectional, trying to watch a movie, but I kept getting distracted. I was hearing this noise from the kitchen area. It wasn't loud, just persistent. A scrape and a pause, a scrape, pause, scrape. It sounded exactly like one of the aluminum dining chairs being pulled out, dragging its feet across the polished concrete floor. I muted the movie and stood up. "Hello?" I called out, feeling kind of stupid. The scraping stopped immediately. I walked the 10 feet over to the dining area. All 4 chairs were perfectly tucked under the table, exactly where I'd left them. The place was totally silent. I chalked it up to the building itself, or maybe strange noises filtering down from a unit above. Chicago buildings are loud, right? The noises got more specific, though. It was the next day that I had left a bottle of decent scotch on the counter, next to a tumbler. When I came back from dinner, the bottle was still there, but the tumbler was now sitting inside the sink, not knocked over or shattered in any way. Just placed neatly in there, standing up, as if someone had finished a drink and set it there. I hadn't used it, and I certainly left it on the counter. I started feeling the incredible sense of being observed, which in a new or unknown place isn't great. It's hard to describe, but you know that prickling feeling you get when you're standing alone and you know someone's behind you. It was that, but 24/7. I kept finding myself glancing over my shoulder when I was doing mundane things like brushing my teeth, rinsing a glass, making coffee. I reached the final night. I was packed and ready to fly out early the next morning. I had just drifted off to sleep around 1 a.m. I was woken up by a sound that made me bolt upright, a violent, rattling crash. The sound came from the closed bathroom door across the hall. The light was off. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and walked over. The bathroom door, which I always kept shut, was now hanging wide open. The room was bright from the hallway light. The first thing I saw was the bath mat. It was a standard, rectangular, charcoal-colored mat. It hadn't been kicked. It had been rolled up tightly into a cylinder, and it was sitting upright in the middle of the floor, like a dark, plush paper towel roll. But who has time to focus on that when there's the sound? It was the glass shower door. It was a heavy sliding door, and it was shuddering violently, rattling in its frame, like someone was inside the shower enclosure, slamming their full weight against the glass repeatedly. It looked horrifying. I was frozen at first, just shining my light, watching the heavy glass door shake. There was absolutely nobody in the shower, that's for sure. The sound stopped as suddenly as it began, and it was silent, almost scarier than when the clanging was happening. I turned and walked straight back to the bedroom, grabbed my things, and left the apartment, locking the door behind me. I didn't need the last 2 hours of sleep. I went downstairs and spent the rest of the night sitting in a brightly lit, sterile lobby, scrolling through my phone and drinking coffee, trying to convince myself it was a vibration from a subway or a building shift. But the rolled-up mat with the shuddering door, that was too much. I never told the building staff or the company about it because it sounds insane. When I checked out, I just left the keys in the lockbox. I don't know what was there, a residual attachment, a traveler without a home, no clue. But I learned that day that a haunted place doesn't need cobwebs and history. Sometimes all it needs is a locked door and someone alone inside. I've seen a lot of bad things doing urban exploring, actually. But nothing really scared me the way that I was scared at Penhurst. I'm an explorer, not a ghost hunter. My passion is accessing the places everyone says are impossible. I'm into structural integrity, security bypasses, and knowing when a floor joint is going to give out. I carry a flashlight, gloves, a first aid kit, and usually nothing more sophisticated than my phone for navigation. I don't go looking for spooks. I go looking for architecture. About 7 months ago, my partner Mike and I decided to tackle Penhurst State School and Hospital in Pennsylvania. We knew it was huge and infamous, not for ghosts, but for its insane level of security and the difficult, unstable nature of its main buildings. Our goal was simply to get inside, document the scale of the decay, and get out safely. We found an entry point into the sprawling Mayflower building late one night. It was a tight squeeze, and we had to be quiet. Once inside, the place was exactly what you'd expect. Massive corridors, institutional architecture, and a quiet that sucked the sound right out of the air. For the first hour, it was pretty exhilarating. We focused on safety. I warned Mike about the exposed rebar and the questionable flooring. We moved through the patient wards, checking rooms, mostly finding just scattered water-damaged paperwork and junk. But about 30 minutes into the second floor, the atmosphere actually changed, drastically. I was leading, and as I stepped into a long, dark corridor, one of those hallways where the windows are small and high up, I stopped dead. I didn't trip, and I didn't hear anything. The air just became impossibly cold. It wasn't a draft. It was localized and immediate. I felt like someone had opened a freezer door just beneath me. Impossible. I could actually see my breath fog in front of my face. "What in the hell is that?" Mike muttered behind me, his voice tight. "I don't know," I whispered back, pulling my scarf higher. "Feels wrong, right? Like this building has no heat, just right here." I instantly went into safety mode, thinking maybe a large broken pipe was leaking some industrial gas. I shined my flashlight around wildly, but nothing, just peeling paint and silence. Then there was pressure. It was like standing beneath an industrial fan, but instead of wind, it felt like raw, intense hostility. I felt a wave of pure, concentrated rage literally hit me. I turned around fast, half expecting to see a homeless person or a crazy person, maybe security. There was no one there, though. I swept my light back down the corridor that we had just come from. In the deep shadow at the far end, maybe 50 feet away, there was a form. It wasn't visible in the beam of my flashlight, but it was visible in the absence of the moonbeams filtering weakly through the grimy windows. It was a man-shaped shadow, not a shadow cast by an object, but a shape made of absolute blackness that seemed to stand out from the gloom. It was tall, unnaturally thin, and just unnatural in general. My brain tried to rationalize it instantly. A weird reflection, a trick of low light catching debris. But the figure started to move. It glided, soundlessly, no footsteps, down the corridor. It wasn't running, but it covered ground with a horrific, purposeful momentum. Mike grabbed my arm, his fingernails basically digging in. "I don't think that's a person, Leo. We gotta go." We turned to make our way out, and then a sound presented itself. It took me a minute to realize what it was, but looking up at the small windows, I could see that they were shaking. Not just one, but all of them. Nothing else appeared to be moving, though. So without hesitation, we booked it. Just sprinted back the way we came, flying over debris and ignoring the sounds of shaking glass. We scrambled out of the small access hole, hit the gravel outside, and didn't stop running until we were a full mile away from the grounds. Suddenly, we didn't care about being quiet. We talked about it later. Neither of us got a good photo. We'd had our phones out the whole time, but it truly didn't cross our minds. I still explore. I use a GoPro most of the time now. It's just always on. But I never go back to hospitals like that. And I'm sure as hell never going to call myself a skeptic anymore. But I'm also not a ghost hunter. And I'd be totally okay if something like this never happened again. My husband Ben works late sometimes. A few weeks ago, I was home alone. I was laying in bed reading, with the bedroom door cracked open just slightly for air. The apartment was dead quiet. Around 11:30 p.m., I heard him, clear as a bell, coming from the living room. "Hey, honey?" It was Ben's voice, his exact tone, his specific cadence, a normal conversational inquiry. I immediately shut my book. "In the bedroom," I called back. I waited for a few seconds for him to walk down the hall, but he never did. I frowned, thinking maybe he hadn't heard me. I got up and walked out. The living room was dark. The front door was locked. His shoes weren't by the door, and his coat wasn't on the hook. I pulled out my phone. 11:34 p.m. I checked our texts. He'd messaged me an hour earlier saying that he was still at the office, wouldn't be home until after midnight. I felt a genuine spike of fear then. Was he hurt? Did he somehow slip in silently, maybe suffering a head injury and was now just hiding? I swept the whole apartment, flashlight on, checking closets and behind the shower curtain. Everything was empty. I realized I must have been tired. I just texted him, asking if he still planned to be home around midnight. His response would indicate he definitely wasn't home. I locked the bedroom door and eventually calmed down enough to go to sleep. I dismissed the whole thing as an auditory hallucination. Then, 2 weeks later, it happened again. This time, Ben was home. We were sitting on the couch together watching a movie. The volume was low and it was maybe 9 o'clock. From the kitchen, about 20 feet away, we both heard it, simultaneously and perfectly clear. "Hey, honey?" The exact same phrase, the exact same tone. Ben was frozen this time. He looked at me, eyes wide, and I looked at him the same. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. "Yes, I thought you said something," he whispered back, his voice thick with confusion. "That wasn't me. That was your voice. I thought it was you the first time, too." We paused the movie. The kitchen light was on. We walked over slowly. Nothing was out of place. The dog was even asleep on the rug. We stood there, staring into a silent kitchen, and realized that we both heard an identical phantom message, a familiar voice calling out from an empty space. It hasn't happened since. We never mention it during the day, but every time Ben is alone in the other room, or when I'm alone late at night, I always wonder if I'll hear it. No idea how to explain it, but it freaked both of us out, so I had to share. A demon began to mock my anguish, striking mercilessly, denying allowance for my soul to heal, and backpedaling what minuscule progress I had made in my efforts. It's been less than a month since my husband was taken from me. 26 horrid days to be exact. But my torture began the day I received his ashes. His family arranged for a quick cremation after the accident, and within 7 days he was returned to me in a navy blue urn. That very night, I heard my husband call out to me from somewhere deep in the house while I was in bed. Clay's voice had a natural baritone quality, smooth like butter. It woke me up, though. As my eyes opened, I wondered if his voice was simply woven into another sad dream. Even in my grievous state, I wasn't delusional about the reality of my circumstances. The voice that woke me up was believed to be imagined, until it spoke to me again. Clay's deep voice gently called my name, as if he was trying to figure what room I was in. It sounded like he was just outside the door. "Honey, are you in there?" Tears filled my eyes, and I pressed my face into my pillow, trying to silence my unsteady breathing. When I heard the door handle start to rattle, I put the covers over my head and continued to listen through the thin fabric shell that I'd made. There's no locking mechanism on the knob, but it still never fully turned, not enough to latch itself. They were making centimeter turns back and forth, purposefully, only to make the knob squeak. It was repetitive and disruptive, egging me to go check it out. But by then, nothing could have convinced me Clay's spirit would act like this. The entity on the other side of the door was not the man I loved. Later that week, I'd hear his voice again. This time, the demon didn't attempt to conceal the discrepancies of its impersonation. When it spoke, it sounded like multiple voices talking in perfect unison, It laughed a ghastly chuckle before the smoke alarm began to ring, forcing me to leave the safety of my bedroom to turn off the alarm. I was shocked to see the living room completely filled with black smoke. It was so thick I couldn't see anything when I opened the door. With my hand stretched out in front of me, I had to feel my way around to open the windows. There was no fire. When the smoke cleared out, it didn't come back, and from what I remember, it didn't carry the scent of burning that I expected the black smoke clouds to have. It was odorless. That happened at some point during the middle of the night, where there was no immediate threat. I decided to solve the mystery the next morning, but the inspection only puzzled me more because nothing could recreate the smoke. I would have had to set the couch on fire to get the same color of plumes. Even that, though, would have been saturated in a campfire smell brought on by burning wood and accelerants on the fabric. The smoke I aired out had no smell at all. I believe the demon takes pleasure in my misery. It feeds off my energy, presenting me with affliction to stay continuously trapped into its source. Morning consumed with relentless gluttony, a dessert for which I'm unable to refuse delivering upon demand. The demon's hunger grows stronger after midnight, but laterally, the daylight rarely brings peace anymore, it seems. Possibly emboldened by my complacency on the matter, the demon revealed itself to me in the light, of course to taunt me. It came to me in the form of clay. I was bringing groceries into the house, but most of them spilled from my hands onto the floor when I saw Clay sitting in one of the chairs in the dining room. His back was facing me, and he was looking out the window. I closed my eyes, hoping they'd deceived me, but Clay was still there when I opened them again. His body hadn't moved, but his head and neck were now twisted, like a barn owl, and he was staring directly back at me. The groceries at my feet were left where they fell, and with one bag still tangled in my arms, I walked out backwards, closing the door and returning to the car, and I attempted to assess what to do next. The family and friends I reached out to all agreed that it was the grieving process. They assumed I was over-exaggerating with my claims. Out of pity, a few of them offered to stay with me until I got mentally grounded. Their well-meaning intentions, however, had the opposite effect and made me feel like they thought I was going crazy. Maybe I am going crazy. None of this sounds like comments made by someone with hubris. However, what I've experienced was as real as reality itself. Out of 53 years, I've never questioned my sanity, and I still don't. Unfortunately, though, standing by this belief, I've pondered if the insane can ever know they're insane. Before this, it hadn't come to mind much, but I kinda thought not knowing was the blissful part about insanity. I would at least prefer that deterioration before physical health, and I hope I still have a lot of years before I need to actually start considering these possible outcomes. But when my grandparents died, one of them had a heart condition, and one had dementia. The one with heart problems died on the dirty floor of a Walgreens, suffering a major heart attack while they were yelling at a pharmacist. The one with dementia drowned in a fountain at the retirement center. And you could argue that drowning could be worse than a heart attack. But from what the doctor told us when we got there, she had no clue what was going on and made no effort to stand up in the shallow pool. One could rebuttal that her obliviousness to the peril she was in made the circumstances less tragic. That being said, I'm as sure as I can be that I haven't lost my mind, and I'm equally confident something awful has taken up residence in my home. I don't feel comfortable bringing this up to my loved ones anymore. I know they're also trying to find their own closure, and Clay's unstable widow constantly calling them for assistance will become burdensome soon. I don't want to do that to them. I am hurting. This is probably one of the lowest moments in my life. I've done my best in life to love as little as possible. I know that sounds sad, but I think about it like alchemy. The love I had will be traded equally for pain. Is love worth the pain? Most of the time, it isn't. But sometimes, somebody comes along who deserves every bit of love you have. I willingly gave my heart to Clay, and I'll cherish our 20-plus years together. And for this, I welcome the resulting misery with open arms. It comes in waves, and I take each one in stride. My true issues stretch past the threshold of misery and land in a territory I didn't fathom possible. I was told to think about adopting a pet to alleviate the crushing loneliness I feel. I've been considering getting a dog, but with the uptick in activity, I think it would be cruel to bring a puppy into such a negative environment. Hence, why I'm here. This morning, I felt a stinging sensation when the water hit me in the shower. It was irritating enough for me to actually turn off the shower to inspect the stinging region located on the left side of my body, right below my ribs. Before I could physically see what it was, the skin felt raised and welted. Looking at it in the mirror, there was an oval ring of what looked to be teeth marks that had formed around my hip. Like a dog bite, but the markings weren't shaped like an animal's snout. It more resembled a human's bite, except the culprit was able to unhinge their jaw because the two crescents reached close to my back and belly button on both sides. Right now, as I type, the skin feels like scales and hurts to touch. I'm going to urgent care when they open in the morning. I don't know what this could be on my hip, but I'd love for someone to tell me that it's just grief. You never truly forget your childhood fear. For me, it was centered around a single heavy wooden door tucked away in the back of the kitchen pantry. It didn't lead to a secret garden or a forbidden attic. It led down to our basement. And in 1986, when I was 7 years old, that basement was the antechamber to hell. Our house was old, built maybe in the 1920s, and the basement was a cold, damp concrete cavern, smelling perpetually of dust and mildew, and something metallic that I now recognize as fear. The door was solid core, dark-stained oak, and the handle was one of those old-fashioned brass twitch latches, clicking with that sickening finality when it shut. My parents always told me the basement was just a place for storage and the furnace, but I knew better. The air around that door felt thin and anxious, and at night, I swore I could hear soft, rhythmic thumps coming through from the floorboards, like something large and heavy was adjusting itself for sleep. The event I remember most clearly, the one that cemented my terror, happened in the middle of a brutal New England winter. We were hit by an ice storm that took out the grid for 3 whole towns. It happened around 8 p.m. One moment the house was humming with the sound of the evening news in the refrigerator. The next, it was swallowed by an absolute profound silence. My mother immediately remembered the emergency flashlights that were kept in the utility closet, which, of course, was right next to the door. "Daniel, be a big boy and grab the 3-pack from the utility closet," she said, her voice sounding oddly brittle in the sudden darkness. I froze. The closet was merely 2 feet from the brass latch of the basement door. "Mom, can't we wait? Maybe the power will come back on," I asked. "Don't be silly, Danny. It's just next to the scary door, she teased gently, not realizing how real the fear was. A big boy like you isn't afraid of a little darkness. My dad was fumbling with the landline phone, trying to see if the lines were down, so the duty fell to me. Swallowing the stone of rising panic, I shuffled across the kitchen. The cold was immediate, seeping up from the floor, a damp contrast to the warmth that the furnace had been providing. I reached the utility closet, my hands shaking so badly I could barely open the bifold doors. I found the rubberized flashlights and was pulling them off the top shelf when the basement door, the heavy, closed basement door, spoke. It didn't creak or rattle. It was a direct, breathy sound, like a piece of dry leather being rubbed together, originating from the wood itself. It was a whisper, impossibly close. "Danny boy." I dropped the flashlight. They hit the linoleum with 3 distinct, sickening plastic thwats, scattering and rolling away into the dark. I didn't move. My blood felt like it had turned to liquid nitrogen. The voice was a mix of low, gravelly, deep, and also a woman. It just wasn't quite right. It had too many layers. It felt like it had scraped against my eardrum. I backed up slowly until my spine hit the closet shelf. I knew instinctively that this wasn't my dad playing a trick. Dad's voice was light and jokey. This was heavy and loaded with a chilling, patient malice. This was the entity that I had always imagined living down there. It seemed to know me. My eyes, now adjusting to the deep gloom, were fixed on the door. There was a thin, cold light filtering in from the street lamp outside the kitchen. Through the window, it cast a faint, wavering shadow. And that's when I saw something. At the very top of the door, where the old-fashioned handle was, a shadow began to materialize. It wasn't the shadow of the door latch or the trim. It was a massive, angular projection against the wood, seeming to cast itself from inside the room. The air in the pantry became ice cold, and it was so sharp it burned my lungs. I remember thinking, will somebody come over here and help me? But then, slowly, the shadow began to form into something more sinister. It was hulking and unnatural. It started to feel like it was in the room with me. I watched as it slid down the door's surface, past the brass handle, past the midline, until it reached the crack at the bottom. And then it stopped moving. But it spoke, even softer, a sound that seemed to resonate directly in the hollows of my chest. "Little Daniel." The temperature instantly shot back up to normal. The deep, heavy shadow winked out, and the air just became regular, cold, dusty air. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I just turned and sprinted, stumbling over the scattered flashlights and bursting back into the living room, where the comforting sounds of my dad frustratingly clicking the phone and my mom looking for candles filled the air. By now, I was shivering violently and weeping silently into my mother's side. "Daniel, what happened? Did you hurt yourself?" she asked. I never told them what I heard or what I saw. How could I? I couldn't articulate the visceral absolute certainty that a predator had been trying to coax me into its den, and that den was in our home. We used candles that night. The power was out for 3 days. Every time I had to walk past the kitchen, I kept my eyes focused on the floor, terrified of glancing toward the pantry. Years later, when I was in college, I went back home for Christmas. I walked into the old pantry to grab something, and I stopped cold. The house had been updated, the ugly linoleum replaced with tile, but the door was the same, dark oak, heavy, with the brass latch. I noticed something I hadn't when I was 7 or any other time. Even now, decades later, the door was slightly, almost ajar. Not latched, just resting on the frame, perhaps a quarter-inch open. I pushed it closed and waited for the familiar click of the latch. It clicked. Satisfied, I turned to leave. As I was walking out of the kitchen, I heard the faint but unmistakable sound of the latch turning back. The click I had just heard was undone. I didn't look back. I realized that the thing down there had simply gotten patient. It was waiting for me to forget. But every night when that house settles into silence and I'm there, it undoes the latch, patiently reminding me that the basement door is never truly closed. It's just waiting for the next time that someone's afraid of it, I guess. Needless to say, I'll visit my parents, but I don't love it there. I was a volunteer, not a zealot. My relationship with St. Jude's was purely organizational. I helped manage the donated goods for the annual charity drive. I was a rationalist who appreciated the structure of the old Catholic Church, but I didn't hold much stock in the supernatural. That was until I spent an hour in the basement of that 1940 structure in San Antonio, Texas, on a sweltering Saturday afternoon in 1998. Not that I remember it perfectly or anything. The basement was massive, with low ceilings and concrete pillars divided into storage rooms. The air was heavy, dry, tasted of old paper and wood rot. I was deep in the seldom used West Wing, organizing boxes of donated kitchenware and clothes. My task led me to a narrow, forgotten hallway. At the very end was an obvious structural anomaly. A large section of wall where the plaster looked newer and the stone was clearly bricked up, creating a sealed alcove. It felt cold, colder than the rest of the basement, if that was possible. It was strange, given the Texas heat. As I approached the alcove, I felt a familiar headache start to bloom behind my eyes. It was the type I got from staring at dusty inventory lists for too long. And then I heard a sound. It was a faint but unmistakable sound. Sudden, sharp, muffled scream, followed by a sound like dry, desperate coughing coming from behind the bricked-up wall. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my heartbeat under control. "Is anyone there?" Silence. Just the low, buzzing hum of the ancient fluorescent lights overhead. I told myself it was the pipes. Old buildings make awful noises. I forced myself to walk closer to the alcove, pressing my ear to the brick. I heard only silence of solid stone. But as I turned away, the atmosphere changed. It didn't just get colder, it got heavy. It felt like walking through water. And I could suddenly taste something harsh on my tongue, like an overloaded battery. Suddenly, I knew something terrible was about to happen. But before I could react, it did. From the shelves lining the hallway, heavy cloth-bound objects began to fly. They didn't fall. They propelled themselves off the shelves with vicious speed. First, a stack of old hymnals sailed past my head, slamming into the concrete pillar 10 feet away, scattering pages everywhere. Then, an entire box of prayer cards erupted, showering the hallway. The activity was strictly localized to the area around the sealed alcove, in me. I backed up and held up my hands defensively. Stop. What is that? Another stack of books shot out. These were heavy, leather-bound Bibles. They hit the ground with deafening force. And every single one of them, as if guided by an unseen hand, lay open to a specific, terrifying section. The chapter detailing the punishments for the 7 deadly sins. Of course. It was a focused rage. The sound of books shattering across the concrete floor echoed like gunshots in an enclosed space. Then, I was thrown. I didn't trip, and nothing hit me. It felt like a powerful, invisible boxer had delivered a crushing blow to my chest. I fell backward onto a large wooden shipping crate marked Old Vestments. I landed hard, the air knocked out of my lungs instantly. Before I could even gasp, I felt an incredible localized pressure pressing down on me. It was heavy, far heavier than any human could exert. It pinned me against the top of the box, pushing the air from my body. I couldn't move my arms or legs. Then the voice entered my head. It wasn't heard with my ears. It was a loud, horrifying roar of thought and judgment that bypassed my senses and screamed directly into my conscience. Gluttony, lust, pride, the pride you take in your own blind reason. It was a catalog of my smallest shames, my secret unkind thoughts, the casual lies I told. The pressure intensified with every accusation, as if the entity was trying to crush the sin out of me. It was pure, distilled judgment, terrifying in its intimacy and ferocity. I was completely defenseless, pinned by a force that knew me better than I knew myself. In a desperate primal response, I closed my eyes and screamed. Not a sound of pain, but a useless, choked plea. Please stop. The pressure actually almost vanished. It did for a moment, only to come back and to vanish again. Please stop, I said again. The pressure vanished for real, leaving me dizzy and soaked in sweat. I scrambled off the box, stumbling over the open, scattered Bibles. I didn't grab my bag or my keys. I just ran, leaving the mess and the malice behind me, scrambling up the stairs and into the welcome, sane heat of the Texas afternoon. I never told the father about the experience, but later, during a slow news day, I looked into the church's history. I found something, a few somethings. One was from 1951, detailed a sudden and mysterious death. One of Father Miguel. He was found lifeless in the confessional, a small room that had once stood exactly where the bricked-up alcove was. The year would be 2013, and my life was a perfect loop of misery. The 5 a.m. alarm, the 2-hour drive into the city, 10 hours in a glass tower managing spreadsheets that didn't matter, and the 2-hour drive back. I lived in a crammed, humid shoebox of an apartment in a pre-war brick building. I barely had enough energy left for a beer before I crashed. Sleep was the only escape. But then, the escape became the battlefield. It started like typical apartment nonsense. My keys vanished one morning, only to reappear in the kitchen counter. The TV volume would jump from 15 to 40 while I was in the bathroom. Annoying, sure, but I blamed the old wiring and my landlord's refusal to fix anything since the building was built. But you can't ignore marks, not as easily. I woke up one stifling July morning, feeling a dull burn across my shoulder blades. I assumed that I'd slept on a wrinkle of the sheet, but when I peeled off my shirt and contorted myself in front of the mirror, I saw 3 angry red lines scoring the skin diagonally across my left shoulder. They looked like deep cat scratches, but thicker. Almost like a knife point had been dragged across me, but not breached the surface. I didn't own a cat at the time. I checked my sheets, my mattress, everything. No exposed strings or sharp edges. The scratches weren't really bleeding. There was just that faint redness. I wrote it off as a severe case of stress-induced scratching in my sleep. We all do weird things when we're sleep-deprived. It happened 3 nights later, this time on my ribs. 3 parallel lines, identical in depth and spacing. I started wearing a t-shirt to bed. Then 2. It didn't stop. The entity, whatever it was leaving a calling card, and I was getting impatient. The apartment's atmosphere grew heavy. It's a hard thing to explain, but if you've experienced it, it's incredibly noticeable. The air felt permanently thick, even when the air conditioner was blasting. I started catching rapid, dark movements in my peripheral vision, a blur of someone fast and low to the ground. Every time I turned my head, the spot was empty. One Tuesday, I got home late, completely hollowed out by a 12-hour workday and a traffic jam that felt biblical. I unlocked the deadbolt, dumped my briefcase by the door, and just stared at the kitchen. The kitchen was small, a row of cabinets above the counter and below, the stove, and a tiny dishwasher. I had left the apartment perfectly tidy, as usual, but as I stepped toward the fridge, I heard a terrible shriek of wood against wood. The cabinets, every single door, all 8 of them, simultaneously flew open with a violent, instantaneous burst of energy. Not swung open, flung open. Spices, dried pasta, canned goods rained down on the counter and floor. Adrenaline was spiking for me. I thought, break in. Someone is here. I braced myself, ready to fight whatever meth head was hiding in my small apartment. But as I looked into the kitchen, a huge black cast iron skillet, the one my grandmother had given me, heavy enough to kill someone, it levitated off its hook near the stove. It didn't float gently. It launched. It shot through the air towards me with the velocity of a fastball. I reacted purely on instinct, throwing my hands up and ducking to the side. The skillet slammed into the drywall less than 6 inches above where my head had been moments before. The impact was devastating. A crack. A perfect heavy-duty skillet-sized hole appeared in the sheetrock. The skillet clattered down to the floor, ringing with a dull, malevolent clang. I'm not sure that I was breathing at that point, but I know I didn't move. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel the pulse in my eyelids. My eyes scanned the apartment, the small dining area, the bathroom door, the closet. Empty. There was no way a human could have pulled that off. Not with that force, and not without being visible. I finally understood the scratches. This wasn't a playful haunting. It was more like an active or violent attempt to inflict damage, and it was possible to do. It wasn't just existing in my space, it was trying to remove me from it. I spent the next hour in a state of pure clinical panic, packing only essentials, clothes, wallet, phone. I didn't bother trying to clean up the mess. The gaping hole in this wall, the scattered spices, the overturned skillet. They were proof that my sanity hadn't fractured. Something else had. The autumn of '74 was wet and miserable in upstate New York. Alex and I were renting a basement apartment off campus. Cheap, damp, smelling like stale beer and old carpet. We were poor students, so when we saw an antique Victrola and a box of old 78 RPM records at a farm estate sale for $15, we bought it instantly. A piece of history, we figured. Most of the records were old jazz and opera, dusty but playable. But tucked at the very bottom of the box was an oddity, a heavy shellac disc, completely blank. No label, no grooves, just a smooth, dark surface. Maybe it's a test pressing, Alex suggested, pulling out his magnifying glass. Or maybe it's just a blank disc someone meant to record on, I countered. We tried to play it on the Victrola anyway. It was noisy, as expected, with plenty of static and crackle. But after about 30 seconds of white noise, a sound started to emerge. Not music, but a faint, wavering male voice. It was muffled and distant, like listening to someone underwater. We listened closer, straining to hear the words. The voice was clearly speaking, but the syllables were garbled, backwards. It's playing in reverse, man, Alex said, already excited. That's wild. Let's tape it and reverse the audio. We spent the next hour rigging up my cheap cassette recorder to the Victrola speaker horn. When we finally played the tape backward, we heard it clearly. It was a man's voice, raspy and terrified, speaking into the record. It sounded like a confession, perhaps a desperate plea. The hands, they're cold. He's here now. I haven't slept. They say I did this to myself. But the voice, in the walls, it keeps asking for the blood. It says I have to give it. It says I must. Dear God, help me. I'm scratching the chair now. With pain. Terrible pain. The recording ended with a long, drawn-out wail that seemed to defy the limits of the cheap tape. We looked at each other, stunned. This wasn't a joke. This was someone's final, desperate message, trapped on a blank disc. We tried researching the estate sale, but the family was gone. The house already sold to a developer. We kept the record, playing it a few more times, fascinated and unsettled. The trouble started immediately. I woke up the next morning, feeling a burning sting across my chest. I lifted my shirt. There was a single deep, bleeding scratch mark, perfectly parallel and precise, running from my collarbone down toward my sternum. What did you do? Alex demanded when I showed him. I didn't do anything. I woke up like this. There was no reasonable explanation for the mark, so we went to unreasonable. The record. That message. It was strange. That evening, we locked the Victrola and the record inside Alex's small bedroom, and we went out for dinner. We were gone maybe 2 hours. When we returned, the apartment felt colder than the outside air. As we stood in the living room, a terrible loud crash erupted from Alex's locked room. We looked at each other, grabbed the heaviest things we could find, a textbook and a lamp, and shoulder-charged the door, ripping the cheap lock out of the frame. The sight inside was jarring. The heavy wooden Victrola was lying on its side, overturned. The blank 78 RPM record was nowhere to be seen. But the worst part was the wall behind the desk. The dry, peeling plaster had been gouged open, not scraped but furiously carved. 3 deep, savage gouges ran across the paint, looking like an animal had attacked the surface. At the center of the damage, carved deeply into the drywall and painted with something dark and slick that smelled faintly of pennies, blood. There was one word. Mine. We found the record moments later, shattered on the floor under the desk. But before it was broken, something had taken the time to etch 3 new circular gouges into the dark surface, perfectly mirroring the scratches that I had woken up with. We cleaned up the blood and plaster that night, packed the Victrola, and dumped it in the campus dumpster. We never spoke of the record again. I know for me, something told me not to. The apartment felt clean after that, though. Sometimes, though, when I listen to a crackly old song, I feel like that phantom icy coldness pressing against my chest. It's a reminder that we listened to a man's final struggle, and in doing so, we might have inherited the thing that he was trying so desperately to warn somebody about. Once you hear something like that, the silence is never truly silent. I don't really talk about this night often, but since everyone else is sharing their stories, I figured I would. Age has a way of sanding down memories, but not this one. This one stayed sharp. It's followed me like a draft under a closed door, cold and thin, slipping in no matter how many years pass. I was 19, that strange age where nothing feels dangerous because nothing terrible has happened to you yet. My friends and I were renting a drafty little house near campus, one with a basement that always seemed wet. Someone had found an old seance book in a thrift shop, cracked spine, yellow pages. It was the type you would buy because it looks haunted, not because you think it works. We were bored, reckless, and too proud to admit that we were afraid of anything. So of course we lit the candles. Of course we went down to the basement. There were 5 of us sitting in a circle. Me, 2 roommates, a girl I barely knew, and Claire, the ringleader of every bad idea we ever had. The candles flickered on the concrete floor, shadows wobbling across the exposed pipes overhead. Claire read from the book in a dramatic voice, laughing every few lines, the rest of us laughing too, albeit uncomfortable. But I remember the exact moment the laughter stopped. Claire asked, "Is there anyone here with us?" A harmless question. Teenagers say it to feel brave. The basement felt colder, not all at once, more like a quiet shift, a slow tightening. I felt the hairs on my arms rise before anything else. Everyone else must have felt it too because the giggles died immediately. The candle to my right went out. As it did, it sounded like someone said, "No one." The candle, it wasn't blown out. It was pulled out. The flame stretched upward before vanishing like someone pinched it. We were all frozen at that. "Probably just air," my roommate said, but she didn't sound sure. The basement didn't have windows. There was no air. Claire, stubborn as always, leaned forward and said louder, "If you're here, give us a sign." This time, she didn't laugh, and for a few seconds, nothing happened. But then, there was a slow tapping sound coming from the dark behind us. It wasn't the pipes. I'd lived in that house long enough to know their noise. This was closer and lower, like something on the floor. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Claire said that we should keep going. I said we shouldn't. Before anyone could argue, the girl I barely knew, the quiet one, went pale, staring at the space behind me. "What?" I asked her. Her lips were trembling. She was afraid. Someone's there. I didn't turn around. I couldn't have if I wanted to. My body felt stuck, like the air had thickened around me, paralyzing me in place. The tapping sped up. Tap, 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 tap. And then it sounded like someone was rushing towards us. We all stood up in unison, going the opposite direction, some of us screaming, others in silence. Then the tapping stopped. The noise stopped. The basement wasn't exactly cold anymore. It just felt like its normal self. Damp. The girl I didn't know, she screamed. Everyone scrambled up at once and ran out of the basement. The candles blew out in a rush of air that no one seemed to cause. We ran up the stairs so fast that someone fell. I don't even remember who. We didn't stop until all of the lights were on and the basement door was locked. I don't think any of us slept that night. None of us went back down there together. The girl, she said she'd felt a hand on her shoulder. Claire pretended the whole thing was a joke, but never touched that seance book again and was wary of the basement. And me, well, I was only in the house for a few more months, thankfully. I had completely started avoiding the basement after that. Oddly enough, I was propositioned to do another seance a few years later in life. But I wouldn't that time. When they asked why, I told them the truth. You don't need to be possessed by a demon to ruin your life. Sometimes just knowing something answered is enough. And you don't need to go messing with these things to know what's out there. My name is Jim, and I used to drive the graveyard shift on Route 12, a loop that runs from the downtown hub out past an abandoned industrial park and loops back through a stretch of highway bordering the old city cemetery. 20 years I'd been doing this, and you see a lot of strange stuff after midnight, but usually it's just sad human stuff. Drunks, runaways, and shift workers too tired to drive. This happened a few weeks before my retirement, right as the first cold November rain started to fall. It was about 3 a.m. I had just passed the cemetery. The bus was practically empty. Just me and a little old lady, Miss Henderson, sitting 2 rows back. She's a regular. She takes the run out to her daughter's place. She's also hard of hearing, wears thick glasses, and usually sleeps the whole way. I was focused on the slick, black asphalt, listening to the monstrous slap of the wipers when the voice cut through the sound of the rain. It was loud, not shouting, but amplified, right next to my ear, and horribly distorted, like it was speaking through a tin can filled with gravel. "Driver, pull over." I nearly jumped out of my seat. I slammed my foot on the brake slightly, checking my mirrors. I hadn't picked anyone up. "Ma'am?" I called out, turning my head quickly to look at Mrs. Henderson, though it hadn't sounded like her. She was fast asleep, her head bobbing gently against the window. No way that voice came out of her. I straightened up and my hands gripped the wheel a bit tighter. "You're going the wrong way, driver. I need to get off here." The voice was deeper now, resonating through the whole bus. It was a demanding, absolute authority that made the hairs stand up on my arms. I looked again into the rearview mirror, checking every seat. Empty. Completely and utterly empty. My heart started hammering against my insides. Where was Mrs. Henderson? I reached for the radio. Before I could key the mic, a presence moved. I felt a sudden crushing drop in temperature in the front of the bus and saw something briefly like a shadow. It now felt like something was in the seat next to me. Then I heard a wet, guttural hiss right next to my left ear, close enough that I felt the cold air. "Stop. You will stop the bus now." The sheer overwhelming malice in the word "stop" was palpable. It wasn't just telling me to pull over. It was trying to exert a physical, malevolent control. A massive wave of pressure hit me when the words hit, and for a terrifying second, I felt my foot involuntarily try to push down on the brake pedal. The bus itself seemed to react. The dashboard lights flickered violently, red, yellow, off, on, and the steering wheel fought against my hands, retching slightly to the right, toward the ditch. I jammed my foot on the gas instead, fighting the unseen force, pouring pure speed into the engine. "Get off my bus," I roared into the empty air, adrenaline finally overriding my fear. "Get off my route," I hissed back. To my surprise, I heard a sort of shriek, a sound like metal tearing, and the pressure I'd felt vanished instantly. The lights on the dash stabilized. The wheel went slack in my hands. I didn't slow down until I hit the transit center. I pulled into the maintenance bay and killed the engine. Silence, except for the dripping rain. I turned back where Mrs. Henderson would have been. Where did she go? I wondered. When I finally got settled, the dispatcher came to me. "Why are you driving an empty bus, Jim? The manifest said you had 2 passengers on your last log." "Mrs. Henderson was here," I insisted. "No, she wasn't, Jim. She missed her stop earlier. She got off 3 hours ago at the old cemetery loop to wait for a cab, according to the tracking log. You've been alone since mile marker 15. I looked at the seat where Mrs. Henderson had been sleeping, again. I thought about the voice and the presence and the shriek. It was never about the route. It had attached itself to a vulnerable vessel, an image of a passenger, a regular. It was trying to hijack something. My mind, my vehicle. I don't know. I know it wasn't Miss Henderson's fault, but it was hard to look at her the same after that. I retired a month later anyway. Too much strangeness for this oldie. I don't write this really wondering what it was I saw or experienced. I just know I never want to experience it again. And I hope that no one else does either. When this all started, it was supposed to be the chill weekend we all needed. 4 of us, 1 borrowed shanty, a pile of gas station snacks, and a lake that you have to lie to your mother about because the turnoff sign is missing, and the cell service gives up halfway there. We've fished that general area since high school. The lake's the only one that freezes flat enough most years to pretend we know what we're doing. We got out before sunrise and punched the first hole near the drop-off that we like. The ice was thick enough to make those good hollow knocks when the auger bites. The air was so cold that it felt like it made noise. We did the dumb jokes, the first beer at 8 a.m., the whole ritual. The first few hours, nothing but a couple lazy perch and so much coffee I could hear my own heartbeat. But around noon, the light did that white-on-white thing, where the sky and the ice forgot that they're supposed to be different. I was sitting half in, half out of the shanty, with my gloves off to mess with the line, and I noticed a glow under the hole that wasn't the reflection of anything we had. It looked like somebody had put a flashlight on low under there, moving it in slow circles. "Phone light," Tom said, and held his over the hole. When he did, the glow under the ice paused and drifted away. We all made the same idiot face and leaned in, because the next instinct after fear is curiosity if you're with friends. It came back near Mike's hole, 5 feet over. Not bright, just obvious. The color wasn't right for a phone. It was the pale kind of glow that you get from a glow stick after 3 hours of use, except it wasn't green or blue. It was almost the same color of the snow. A shape moved inside of it, quick like a fish. Then another. I remember thinking plankton, even though I know that doesn't light up under ice like that. Bioluminescence? Tom tried, because he likes big words when he's nervous. Wrong lake for that, Mike said, but softer than usual. We got more holes going. You can judge us for that later. We weren't thinking bad idea. We were thinking that we just discovered a weird trick of light, and we wanted 10 weird tricks. When I started on the new hole, the auger snagged on something that wasn't ice, not a branch or a rock. The motor bogged and the handle jerked. I killed it before it snapped my thumb. When I pulled up, there was something on the blade that slid off back into the hole with this slow, thick reluctance. It was dark, darker than the lake water should have been, and it left a stain on the clear ice. At the edge, it looked like coffee had been spilled into glass. "Dude," Tom said. "Dude." We all leaned in again, because apparently we don't learn. The glow that had been wandering took a straight line toward a new hole and stopped under it. The ice there was maybe 10 inches thick, clear as a window. Pressed against it from below was a pale hand. That was what my brain said first. Hand. Because it was the right overall shape. But the fingers seemed wrong in a way that makes everything hurt. Too long, too even. Like nobody had ever jammed them in a car door or chewed a nail. No webbing or hair. Because of how it was facing, I couldn't see if there were nails or not. But I could see that the skin was so smooth. There were clearly no fingerprints or texture. It just lay flat against the ice like it was feeling for warmth. Then it curled its fingers, and there was a tapping sound. It was like a knocking on a table to get someone's attention, but one we couldn't recreate on the ice. We all went still together, like birds deciding that the shadow is close enough to matter. The tapping had that dull underwater quality, a little late for our ears. The hand slid sideways, slow, exploring the underside of the ice toward the first hole that we drilled. We backed up uncoordinated like kids in a haunted house. The glow moved with us. I don't remember choosing to talk, but I heard myself say, "We should go." Nobody argued. That's the part that tells me that I wasn't making it bigger in my head. We're not a group that leaves fish on the finder. We started tossing gear into the sled. Mike grabbed the auger, probably because he wanted something that looked like a weapon. When he yanked it up, the smell hit us. It wasn't rot. It was gas. It was like mud from too deep down. The first breath you take opening a cold freezer that's been off for a year. It made my tongue feel coated. He swore and gagged, and we all started laughing. Because that's what your body does when the fight or flight switch flips, and there's no fight that you can get your hands around. Under the hole, the glow fanned out wider, like something spreading a cloak. The hand, if we're calling it that, drifted away and found another pressed further out. The part we all collectively replay. As that second hand slid, I saw the suggestion of a face in the deeper ice between our holes. Not the face itself, the negative space of one. Eyes darker than dark, and big where they shouldn't have fit. Nothing about it felt right, correct, but we were all seeing it, and we couldn't explain what it was. Tom said my name like I was supposed to know the counterspell, and I just said, "Go." And my voice had the shape of a prayer without any words in it. We hauled. The sled was heavier than it should have been, and the path back looked longer than when we came out. The ice made those big drum sounds that every lake talks in sometimes, traveling cracks far away, not breaking, just speaking. Each one felt personal. The glow followed under us for maybe 20 yards, keeping pace like it was curious or trying to join. And then it veered off toward a darker patch, and it sank down slow and low until the ice went back to being nothing but ice. At the truck, I realized my hands were shaking hard enough that I dropped the keys, and I had to go down on one knee to get them. My knee made a round spot in the snow, perfect like a stamp. I thought of the handprint under the ice, and I stood up so fast that black sparkled for a second. We didn't talk about it driving out. Mike rolled the window down even though it was stupid cold, trying to get the smell out of his head. At the highway, Tom said, "So, bioluminescence is real, though." We all laughed, harder than we should have, because of our nerves. Back in town, we hit the deli, I guess not wanting to go home with it still in the air around us. The lady behind the counter asked how the fishing was, and I said, "We caught a story." And she said that was the saddest thing she'd heard all day, and gave us extra pickles. I Googled all the usual things later: ice bubbles, methane, weird lake bacteria, light tricks. I found videos of anglers tapping the underside of clear ice. Lots of pretty stuff, but none of it looked like what we saw. None of the stuff on there had hands. We went back for the shanty the next day because we left it. The holes had frozen over an inch or two. In the new ice over, the one where the auger snagged, there was a cloudy swirl like something had been stirred into the freeze and then changed its mind. It had a tint to it I don't want to describe because I can taste it when I think about it. If there's a version of this where we were just scared of light and our own reflections, I would like to subscribe to that reality. But I keep thinking about the way that it tapped and how it looked. It wasn't angry. It was just, hey, like you'd knock on glass to get someone's attention. I don't think it wanted to break through. I think the ice was the point. A window, not a barrier. I think whatever lives under there wanted us to see that it could get to the window whenever it liked. And we've got other lakes, and I'm okay with never going back to that one, even if the perch get huge by late winter. Mike says that we should try it just one more time, when it's thick enough to park on. Tom says he's bringing flares because that'll definitely fix it. I say maybe I'll take up bowling instead of fishing. Halloween night always meant double shifts at the 24-hour pharmacy I worked at. Most people were out partying or trick-or-treating, but illness doesn't take a holiday. By the time my shift ended at 1 a.m. on November 1st, the world outside was quiet, damp, and drained of its festive energy. The pharmacy parking lot was empty, save for my beat-up sedan. I was tired, my feet ached, and I wanted to just get home, shower, collapse. As I fumbled with my keys, unlocking my car, a pair of headlights slowly swung in from the far end of the parking lot. A car, an older model, dark sedan, pulled into a parking spot almost directly across from mine, but a few rows over. Well away from the harsh overhead lights of the entrance, it was too far for me to make out the driver clearly, but one detail stood out. The driver's head. It was massive, and white, and utterly still. The driver was wearing a cheap, full-faced Halloween mask, one of those generic, melting ghost face ones, with hollow black eyes and a stretched, silent scream. weird chill. It was colder than the damp autumn air around me, and it traced down my spine. Who just sits in an empty parking lot at 1 a.m. on a weeknight in a costume? I told myself, oh, someone who needs meds, probably. Surely this person was coming from a party, was going to take off their mask and go in like everybody else had been doing. Still, I quickly got into my car, locked the doors, and started the engine, trying to ignore the unmoving white mask that seemed to be angled directly at me. I backed out of my spot, threw the car into drive, and headed for the exit. My headlights sweeping across the deserted lot, I glanced in my rear view just before I hit the street. The dark sedan was still there, motionless. I turned right onto the main road, heading toward the highway entrance that would take me home. The road was completely empty. My headlights cut a tunnel through the oppressive darkness. Then, about a mile down the road, I saw it in my rear view. It was the same dark sedan that had pulled out in the parking lot. It was now a good distance behind me, but steadily gaining. My heart did this nervous jump. Coincidence, I told myself. He's probably heading home the same way. But he kept gaining. And then, he didn't just catch up. He rode my bumper. So close I could barely see his headlights. Only the looming presence of his grille in my mirror. My car vibrated from his proximity. That's how close he was. I sped up, pushing my old sedan harder than it usually went. 80 miles an hour. He matched me, easy. 85, he was still there. A persistent, aggressive shadow. Then he flashed his brights. Not once or twice, but a rapid, deliberate series of flashes that stabbed through my rearview mirror, blinding me for a split second. This wasn't a warning. It felt like a deliberate act of intimidation. My breath was hitching in my throat. This wasn't a drunk driver. This was calculated. I tried to stay so focused on the road, but from my glances in the rear view, when the lights weren't shining in my face, I could see that he was definitely wearing a mask. The realization of being hunted, I slammed on my brakes, hoping to force him to swerve or pass, but he didn't. He braked perfectly with me, still riding my bumper, maintaining the terrifying proximity. Panic was seizing over me. I took the next exit ramp, a sharp, unexpected turn, my tires squealing. He took it too, without hesitation. I was on a dimly lit feeder road, residential for a few blocks, then leading back to another main artery. I swerved right, then left, trying to shake him, but he was a relentless shadow, always right behind me. Every time I glanced in the mirror, that unmoving, melting white mask was there. I didn't know what he wanted. I didn't know who he was, but I could make guesses about what he was trying to do. The mask seemed to make him more fearless and anonymous, and utterly terrifying in this setting. Was it road rage? Was it something darker? The thought of being alone with him on a dark road, with no one around to witness, was almost paralyzing. My mind raced through options. Find a phone, call 911. By the time that I would explain everything or stop, he'd have me. Slow down, confront him, absolutely not. My only option seemed to be to keep going. But then I saw the bright, reassuring lights of the sheriff's substation at the end of the road. It was small, often unstaffed at night, but the lights were on. It was technically my only chance. I floored it, ignoring every speed limit sign, pushing my car well past its limits. I skidded into the substation's parking lot, spitting gravel from my tires, and I slammed the car into a space directly under the brightest floodlight by the entrance. I was so frantic, I didn't even put the car in park until I got out of it. As I made my way to the door, I was frantically pounding, just praying that somebody was there, that it wasn't a mistake that the lights were on. The dark sedan followed me into the parking lot. It pulled into the next available spot and came to a smooth, silent stop, cutting its engine. I watched as the driver's side door slowly, deliberately began to open. My hand was on the door of the substation, shaking so hard I could barely feel it. And then, just as the door was about to fully open, the man paused. He must have seen the light, the obvious official nature of the building, or perhaps the way that I was already reaching for the emergency phone by the entrance. He paused for one long, agonizing second. Then slowly, the car door closed. The engine started again. A low rumble of silence. And I thought, I need to get that license plate covered in duct tape. The dark sedan backed out of the parking spot, turned, and calmly drove out of the lot. As the deputy came outside, I was gasping for air, leaning against the substation door and pointing frantically. That's the guy, that's the guy. He clearly had no idea what the commotion was about. He was trying to figure out what I was doing outside of their substation. He was the only one there and wasn't going to leave to pursue the vehicle. But I explained what had happened. He took a description of the car, the mask, the path we'd driven, all of those details. And he explained as soon as his partner got back, one of them would follow me home. I never saw that car again, and I never got any updates from the police. I'm assuming they never found them. That's probably the scariest part. I really would like some help understanding what's happening to me and my husband. This all started about 2 years ago, when he was still my boyfriend. The two of us and another couple decided to explore this old abandoned hospital in our town. The one that everyone says is haunted. And you know how it goes. Local legend, creepy spot, teenagers looking for a thrill. The second we got there, though, something felt shifty. Part of that could have been the fact that we weren't really teenagers. Maybe we were a little too old to be doing this sort of thing. Maybe what we were feeling was that we were intruding on younger people's territory, though that wouldn't be the case. Even before we stepped inside, I had this knot in my stomach, like the building itself was waiting for us. But that's dramatic, right? So still, we went in. For a while, I wandered off on my own, shining my phone flashlight down empty hallways. The silence in this place was unreal. I swear that I could feel eyes on me. Not one pair, but several, watching from places I couldn't see. I've never felt anything like it. And you don't realize that until you're not there anymore. And you think about how strange that feeling really was. There was no sound of movement or footsteps, just this pressure in the air. I'd always believed that souls might linger after death, but I'd never really believed in ghosts. Not really. But I was open to the experience. Eventually, I met back up with my boyfriend and our friends, and we started exploring together again. We came up to a pitch-black hallway, so dark the light from our phones barely cut through it. The guys stopped suddenly, whispering about hearing something ahead, and then they ran. No warning, they just bolted. Me and the other girl looked at each other, and then down the hallway next to the dark one. And that's when we saw them. 2 little girls, standing hand in hand, staring straight at us. Their faces were pale, their outlines soft, like the light around them didn't quite touch their skin. Before we could even process it, the guys came rushing back, pale, shaking. They said they'd seen someone, a tall, thin man, standing in the dark. At first, they thought it was a homeless person, but when they turned and looked, it wasn't a man. It was this tall, easily over 7 feet, black from head to toe, featureless shadow. Just a silhouette against the dark. No face, but you could feel it looking at you. Like the girls, who weren't there anymore. We ran. None of us said a word, just sprinted for our cars, hearts out of our chests. As we ran, we kept catching glimpses of it through broken windows, behind door frames, like it was pacing us, moving faster than we could. This shadow, larger than life. When we reached the back exit, I remember the door being closed tight. I even grabbed the handle before realizing we could get out another way. We finally got outside, piled into my car, and tore out of there. But that thing didn't stay behind. As we drove off, we could still see it, flashes of black in the windows, like it was following behind us. I remember starting to literally hyperventilate. My boyfriend had to pull over at a church so I could breathe. Eventually, we told ourselves it was just adrenaline, shadows, fear playing tricks on us. And like idiots, a few hours later, we went back. It was probably the vodka that actually gave me the courage, but I feel like it was the worst mistake of my life. We split up. The other girl and her boyfriend went one way, me and mine another. We weren't even thinking straight, just being reckless at this point. A few minutes in, we started hearing things again. Soft whispers, footsteps, but they weren't ours. I could have sworn I felt something cold brush past my arm, and I ran out again. And that's when I noticed something about the back door, the one that had been shut earlier. It was wide open. We stopped for just a second, and there it was, standing in the doorway, motionless and watching. We didn't wait to see what this giant shadow would do. We got in the car, and we sped off. The entire drive home, I could feel it. It didn't follow us, but every time I looked in the mirrors or the windows, I half expected to see it. That night, despite not being sad, I cried until I fell asleep. I can't really explain it. But over the next few weeks, the feeling faded. It wasn't gone, not completely, but it got weaker, and I was happier again. Every now and then, I would catch something out of the corner of my eye. I'd feel the air go cold for no reason. But I learned to ignore it. And for a long time, I thought that it had left us, whatever it was. But in the last few weeks, it's back. The same heavy air, the same feeling of being watched. I've seen it in the reflection of our TV, standing behind us when the screen goes black. I felt it next to our bed at night. Sometimes my husband wakes up gasping, like someone was sitting on his chest. It doesn't feel particularly human. It doesn't feel good. It feels hateful. I don't really know what it wants, but I know that it followed us from that hospital. I just don't know how to make it stop. If anyone knows what this thing could be or how to get rid of it, please do tell. For 10 years, my childhood home was run by a force that just liked to break things and torment my mother. I grew up in the kind of house that should have been a setting for a sitcom, not a horror movie. It was a perfectly average 1970s split level in suburban Ohio. A big backyard with a trampoline, and a kitchen where my mom always had cookies baking. We were the first owners, which, ironically, made the haunting much stranger. There was no history, no tragedy, Just four perfectly boring walls that decided, starting when I was about 8, that they didn't like us. We called it the nuisance for the first few years. It started with sounds. Everyone hears things in old houses. Creaks, pops, pipes rattling. But this was specific. Every night around 1 a.m., my sister and I, whose beds shared a wall, would hear the distinct sound of marbles rolling across the ceiling above us. Not just one marble, but a whole handful, dropped and allowed to scatter and roll to the far corners of the attic. Sometimes it sounded like they stopped right over our heads, and then the sound would start upward, like they were being dragged back to the center by an invisible string. My dad checked the attic hundreds of times. Nothing. No marbles or signs of rodents, and there were no structural oddities. It was just this thick insulation in the roof beams. Then came the physical activity. And this is where it became terrifyingly focused on my mom. She was a neat freak, the kind of person who organized spices alphabetically. This entity seemed to know that and took immediate offense to her order. The silverware drawer was the first major casualty. My mom would meticulously arrange the forks, knives, and spoons in their appropriate slots every evening after dinner. The next morning, it would look like a raccoon had raided it. Everything would be tossed and mixed, sometimes even removed entirely, and placed, always stacked and precise, in the sugar bowl on the counter. We all tried to blame my younger brother, but one morning my mom and I were both standing right there. She had just finished tidying the drawer. We turned around to put the cereal away, and before we could take 2 steps, we heard a frantic rattling sound. We whipped back around to see the drawer sliding out an inch on its own. Then, the metallic mess of the silverware started jumping and shuffling violently inside the closed space, rattling the wood like it was possessed. It was a kinetic tantrum in a box. When it stopped, the contents were scattered again. My mom just closed her eyes and whispered, "Not today." As I got into high school, the nuisance shed its playful side and became genuinely aggressive, almost predatory. The activity always peaked in the main living space, the kitchen. One afternoon, I was home alone studying at the counter. The house was dead quiet. I was focused on a textbook when the glass cabinet to my left, where we store fancy ceramic teacups and saucers, made a sound, a shing sound. The 2 cabinet doors, which were latched, flew open with such force that they hit the wall on either side and rebounded. I froze. Before they could settle, a series of objects began to fly out. It wasn't falling. It was propulsion. First, a small white sugar dish shot out. It hit the counter in front of me and shattered. Then one of my mother's favorite floral ceramic mugs launched from the top shelf, sailed completely over my head, and hit the far wall in the dining room, exploding into dust and jagged pieces. I remember thinking, with a clarity that only comes from true panic, that if the next object had been aimed lower, it would have taken out my eye. I scrambled under the kitchen island, covering my head, convinced something massive was about to drop. The sound of ceramic hitting linoleum and wood was deafening. And then, total silence. I crawled out 20 minutes later. The kitchen was a disaster zone, glass everywhere. My parents came home and found me still shaking, sweeping up shards. My dad, who had always been a pragmatic skeptic, finally saw the true scale of the mess. There are no forceful winds or tremors or broken hinges. Objects had been actively thrown across the room. The most persistent aspect of the haunting, even after the aggressive phase ended, was the cold spot. In the corner of our dining room, right by the sliding glass door, there was an area about 4 feet wide that was always freezing. even in July. If you walked through it, it felt like someone had opened a freezer door directly onto you. And it carried a faint metallic odor, like ozone or freshly extinguished match. After the kitchen incident, my parents were terrified. My mom called a local priest who specialized in house blessings. He came in, was polite, performed the ritual, sprinkling holy water and reading scripture. It didn't stop the cold spot, but it did seem to work on the poltergeist. The aggressive kinetic energy and activity, the throwing, the drawer shuffling, the loud crashes, those things stopped instantly. It was like someone had unplugged the main source of power. But the house never truly went quiet. The marbles inside the walls still rolled at 1 a.m., just softer sometimes. The cold spot by the dining room stayed, and the faint smell of ozone remained. It was a constant reminder that something was still there, lurking in the corner, still agitated, but just watching now. My parents finally sold the house when I left for college. My mom said that she couldn't stand the anxiety anymore. The real estate agent asked my parents why they'd decided to move after being there for 20 years. My dad, without missing a beat, just shrugged and said, "We were ready for a change." While going to my parents' new apartment, I saw the new owners pulling into the house one afternoon. I had to pass it to get to my parents. I noticed they had a little boy, maybe 6 years old. I remember a bag of bright plastic toys next to him on the driveway. I immediately saw his future, a night when he'd be tucked into bed, and he'd hear the sound of marbles rolling above his head. And he'd know, just like I eventually did, that he wasn't alone. There's an old song that says, if you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough. And I don't think that's embodied anyone better than my friend Donnie. I don't gotta worry about him stumbling on this story and reading it because Donnie doesn't go on these kinds of radical pages. Dang, I'm even gonna have to denounce his title of my friend. Donnie's a giant man that I work with. He rides a motorcycle without a helmet because he doesn't want to fuck up his greased back thinning hair, and he harasses the female employees on a regular basis. He has no problem talking loudly about his weekend escapades with the male coworkers, who are both unimpressed and uncomfortable, maintaining their professional behavior while Donnie spouts off about the illegal pleasures he elicits. But today was different. Different enough for me to document it in some way because I really might be able to follow up on it depending how everything goes. So Donnie came into work late this morning. It was the first time that I'd seen his hair not combed to perfection. All of him looked swamped. It looked like he hadn't slept for days. I may be biased on my opinion of what he looked like because of what I was told, and that only came from one source. Nobody else seemed to notice Donnie's unprofessional attire, but a real friend of mine named Zelly works on the same floor as me, and when Donnie came in, he went straight to her desk and asked her to talk somewhere private. Zelly added that it wasn't a flirty request, desperate in an authentic way. So Zelly and him walked out of the office over to a private meeting room. I spied on them through the window, and at one point, it looked like he was going to take his shirt off. That's not what he was trying to do, though, and I'm glad I didn't storm in there. When it looked like they were getting ready to leave, I ran back to my desk. After they exited, he turned the other way and left the building again. And Zelly came back, making long, meaningful eye contact with me the whole time. She came over to sit at my desk. I asked what that was about. I'm told that Donnie misidentified her as Native American. Zelly is Italian, but she let him finish his thought before correcting him. Donnie tells her that he went out hunting over the weekend with a few of his friends. He got a deer in his crosshairs and took it down with one shot. But when he walked the 100 or so yards to the body, it had already decomposed. Same deer that he'd seen in the scope. The entry wound from the bullet was still warm, but the meat around it was cold, like the deer had been dead long before he'd shot it. Zelly says Donnie's eyes started to fill up like he was going to cry. He said that when he touched the deer's body, he felt an energy enter him. He couldn't explain it any more than that. He started to get overheated and sick, so his friends canceled their hunting plans to take him to the hospital. Doctors took blood samples, but nobody could help. Every night since then, including last night, he had paralyzing nightmares that he says aren't nightmares because he swears he's wide awake when he sees this tall man with a hunched back standing at the end of his bed. Donnie says that he's missing his lower jaw and that his eyes are all black. He's been showing up ever since he shot that deer, and he doesn't know how to make him stop. Unbuttoning his shirt, Donnie reveals a literal mark on his ribs, like someone had given him a slap of a lifetime. Zelly did admit that she thought the markings looked weird, skinny and long, almost like whip marks all extending from one wide pancake center point. I had her draw it on a piece of paper. It looked like a small frying pan with 5 long handles. Donnie winced when he lifted his shirt and told Zelly they're excruciatingly raw. The veins around the red area were all aggravated as well. She empathized with his pain because Zelly's a nice girl, but she also had to ask why he was showing her this. That's when he tells her that he's afraid there's a demon or something in his house. He thinks it's trying to possess him. Pointing to his head, Donnie claimed that he could feel it changing him inside. Thoughts that aren't his own entering his head without permission. He thinks because this demon's associated with nature that he needs a Native American shaman to help exorcise it. When Zelly told him that she was Italian, he almost broke down in tears, asking if she knew any Native Americans. Finally, she's like, "Donnie, you need to go get that checked out." He asks, "Does it look that bad?" And she tells him for sure it does. Zelly again had to re-describe the frying pan-sized bruise with even more vivid detail. Apparently, it was that crazy looking. Wild shit, right? Donnie didn't come back today. I'm curious if he'll be back this week or at all. The stuff he told Zelly about changing him inside, it really gave me a bad feeling. I told her to tell HR what happened, but I don't know if she did or not. I'm going to have to follow up on it tomorrow, but yeah, what do I do now? I'm still not technically okay. I want to start there. I keep trying to logically explain what happened, but it just loops back on itself and makes me feel crazy, which is probably what it's supposed to do. This is back in college, maybe 4 years ago. I moved into this cheap place in a half-abandoned neighborhood on the south side of Buffalo. It was a second-floor walk-up, creaky floors, radiators that sounded like a drum solo, the whole bit. It was just a feeling at first, that vague, cold awareness that you were absolutely not alone. You know, like when you can feel a stare on your back. It was that, but constant, and always focused on the kitchen. The kitchen was the worst. It had this huge single-pane window overlooking a dead-end alley. Even with the blinds shut, standing in there felt like taking off your coat in a blizzard. I started leaving the radio on 24/7, trying to drown out that type of silence, but it didn't help. I was sleeping maybe 4 hours a night, waking up in a sweat, my whole body just bracing for something to happen. I'm a biology major. I don't believe in ghosts or hexes, but for a few weeks, logic starts to crumble when you're in that sleep-deprived state. I started doing stupid things, little ridiculous rituals that were supposed to make me feel safe. I drew this wonky compass rose on the back of the pantry door. I'd set my shoes by the front door facing out, convinced that if I ran, I needed to run fast. I even left the shower running for a night just because the sound of running water felt like a shield. Pathetic and a huge waste of water, I know. Then I remembered this old, awful movie about witches, how they couldn't cross a line of salt. It was such a goofy, desperate thought, but I went to the corner store, bought 3 huge containers of iodinized salt, and went to work. I lined the base of the front door, the sill of the bathroom window, and every single edge of that huge kitchen window. I packed the salt down with a flat-line butter knife. It was humiliating, but I did it. And then stillness for a week, maybe 10 days. The air in the apartment felt thinner, easier to breathe. The cold pressure on my back was gone. It was just an old, cheap apartment again. I thought, okay, it was all stress, lack of sleep. The salt thing was a placebo, and I'm fine now. Then I woke up that Tuesday morning, around 4 a.m., to this faint light. Not an external light like a street lamp. It was coming from the kitchen. It was this soft, internal glow, a low, milky white luminescence. I crawled out of bed, holding my breath, and peeked around the corner. The salt. The line that I'd carefully packed along the bottom of the kitchen windowsill was shining. And it wasn't just sitting there. It was moving. Slowly, gently. The individual crystals were rising a fraction of an inch from the wood, swirling like smoke in a windless room. A shimmering, silent upward current. It was all contained right over the line I'd drawn, contained by the glass. The light wasn't comforting. It wasn't warm. It felt like something being pressurized against the window, and the salt was the only thing holding it back. I thought I could hear, no, feel, a low humming vibration in the floorboards under my bare feet, like an idling engine. I stood there, staring at this impossible glow, and the swirling crystals, and that awful pressure came back, 1,000 times worse. It wasn't just watching me now. It felt like it was waiting for me to open the window so the salt barrier could break and that white electric cold could flow in. I didn't call the police. I didn't grab my books. I just backed away slowly until I hit the closet where I kept my jacket and my keys. I threw my coat on, not even tying my shoes. I ran down those creaky stairs, and I drove 40 miles east to my sister's place without stopping. And I never stepped foot in that apartment again, not alone. I lost the deposit. I lost a lot of furniture. I lost the whole semester, frankly. But I know what I saw. I just don't know what it means or what it was. Was the salt holding something out, or was it keeping something in? Sometimes I still get that feeling that if I look closely at the floorboards, I'll see the faintest trace of glowing white powder that tracked out with me. I'm always paranoid that something came with me, but I guess it's been long enough to let that go. I've lived in this old Victorian long enough to stop treating weird as an interruption and start treating it like another household appliance. The house isn't haunted in the way of shadow people or things at the foot of the bed. What lives in this house, if you want to call it living, is something much stranger. It copies people. Not just shows up as someone, but shows up as someone you know. Exact face, mannerisms, voice. Doppelgangers, I guess, if you want the folklore label. If you've read about doppelgangers, you probably know the big, dramatic versions. Doubles are omens. doubles that steal a life. Not really interested in the drama of it all. What I experienced were small, domestic intrusions that were more confusing than frightening. Like your reflection deciding to take a detour, hang out in your living room for 20 seconds. After a while, it stops being scary, just becomes oddly normal. Here's the thing that made me stop pretending it could be explained away by exhaustion or a draft, bad wiring. The webcam incident. I was a teenager at the time, chatting with my girlfriend online. Webcam up so she could see me fiddle with my hair so we could laugh at stupid stuff. The camera framed my shoulder, the stairwell on the left, the living room entrance on the right. My sister usually fell asleep in front of the TV and then shuffled up to bed later. Loud house, wooden stairs. You can't miss it. Except my girlfriend and I both watched the webcam and we saw my sister walk from the couch up the stairs, which was a mind bender because there was no sound. I didn't say anything. I just got up, tiptoed to the living room to check because it felt like the rule. If the house is doing weird, check the obvious first. She was passed out on the couch, exactly where she had been. I sat back down and asked my girlfriend, "Did you see that?" She said, "Yeah. Someone went up the stairs. Pretty sure it was your sister." We compared notes, blinked at each other, and then carried on as if it was the most practical thing in the world. But there was another time. All of us were loading into the car to go somewhere. My mom and I already buckled, my sister still inside. She finally walks out and gets in like nothing. She looks at me like I'm nuts. Later she says, "I yelled up the stairs. We're leaving, and I heard you yell back. Okay, I'll be down in a minute." I'd been sitting in the car the whole time. Nobody in the house had heard anything until she walked out. She swears she saw me. She swears that I answered. But I was in the car the whole time. Those are small ones. There are others that read more like touch memory than sight. My mom woke up one night convinced that someone was standing at the foot of her bed, tapping her foot. She says whoever it was faded out after a couple of seconds, but that it looked like me. I once woke up and had the sensation of someone tucked under the covers, pressed up against me, the way that my girlfriend used to. When I muttered, the blanket visibly deflated, like a hand withdrawing air. The pressure was gone. I never saw a face, just the shape of a being there and then not there. The weirdest that probably still gives me pause, after I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and was carrying a little black kid everywhere, I went back to base after a holiday leave. My mom texted me the next day, "Is this yours?" and attached a picture of a black zip pouch with a diabetic kit tucked outside my sister's bedroom window, propped there like someone had placed it deliberately. My sister's room is on the second floor. No one in my extended family has diabetes. I'd never seen that kit, not that one, before. Someone had set a kit that matched my life in a place that made no sense. But when things happen enough, you try to categorize them. I read the folklore, doubles as omens, twin phantoms, reflections gone rogue. I read the rational stuff too. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, memory confabulation. All of that can and does explain some occurrences. But it doesn't explain a webcam recording two people watching the same impossible thing happen. Or this mysterious kit appearing like a calling card on a second floor sill. There's this gap between what I can prove and what keeps happening. What's happening the most is that I stopped absorbing the word scared. Fear is for things that you don't understand and think will harm you. After a decade of this, the weirdness settled into a smaller category. Curiosity with a low-level annoyance. Like, okay, the world occasionally splices in a scene from someone else's life and plays it in my living room. You shrug. You check the obvious. You leave a light on. You live. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't creeped out. The fact that they resemble or mimic the ones you love is strange. So I guess the acceptance doesn't mean I've stopped wondering. If the house is making copies, what purpose do they serve? Are they warnings? Just echoes? Or is the house using people who live there like pages in a book that it keeps rereading? Once in a quiet moment, my sister and I sat at the kitchen table, and we listed what we could remember. The exact words, the cadence of voices that weren't there, the small favors done that no one asked for. There was no consensus. Only pattern was the doubles were precise, down to the tiny things that make a person distinct. Their laugh, the way they say, okay, the half phrase that you always use when you're sleepy. I've told this to friends in bar rooms, strangers on online threads. Some people get upset on my behalf. Some people don't believe me. And some people want to offer scientific explanations and diagrams. A small number of folks write back with their own half-believed memories. A hand on an ankle, a neighbor's voice from the closet, a shadow that looked exactly like an uncle who died 20 years ago. There's a community, obviously, for this sort of thing. Weirdly human and comforting. You trade stories, feel less alone. The other thing is, the house doesn't seem malicious. The copies don't tear the curtain or try to drive us out. They're just small, domestic, annoyingly intimate. That's what unsettles me, though. The way whatever this is chooses to mimic ordinary life. It doesn't threaten. It infringes. It takes your kit and puts it on the sill. It sends you a delayed, "I'll be down in a minute," from an empty stairwell. It sits under your covers long enough to have the sort of body memory you can't explain. There's been times at night that I'll just stand at the top of the stairs and listen. The house hums with gravity and the slow, habitual noises of people who have lived there for too long. If you've ever made peace with a quirk in a partner, a weird laugh, an annoying bedtime habit, you understand the tone. It's a mixture of affection and irritation. You accept it because leaving would be a different kind of loss. So, I live with it. I keep my kit zipped when I'm home. I leave the webcam facing down sometimes because I like the privacy of not being watched, even by the house. When something happens, I check, I catalog, I tell the story later over a beer or in a thread. The house keeps making its mirrors, and I just keep living. I'm not brave exactly, but I'm not foolish either. I suppose I'm just tired enough to have stopped being surprised. Occasionally I wonder if these kinds of things are a kindness in their own crooked way. A second chance to answer before the person actually walks into the room. A reflection that calls your name and waits politely for a reply. Or maybe they're just the house's way of cataloging us for its own private reasons. I don't know. I no longer expect a satisfying explanation. I only expect the next odd thing to show up in the doorway, like someone who's late for dinner and apologizes for the disturbance. Does that make me less afraid? Probably. Mostly it just makes me conversational about the fact that our lives are apparently recyclable. Halloween night in the suburbs is a spectacle of safe, orchestrated chaos. Our street was usually a stream of tiny princesses and superheroes, a comforting parade of parental supervision. This year, my daughter Lucy was dressed up as a meticulously rendered astronaut, and I was on candy duty, stationed by the bowl, while my sister watched Lucy and the neighbors' kids run the circuit. It was peak hour, just past 7 p.m. The doorbell was ringing every 30 seconds. I was smiling, enjoying tossing handfuls of miniature chocolate bars into pillowcases, plastic pumpkins, and whatever else. I was just generally enjoying the festive exhaustion. And then he showed up. He wasn't part of a group, and he wasn't a young kid. He was a teenage boy, maybe 16 or 17, dressed in a plain dark hoodie and jeans. No mask, no makeup. Nothing that suggested any effort, playful or otherwise. He just stood there on the porch in the bright light, holding out a crumpled white plastic grocery bag. He didn't say trick or treat. He just looked at me with a flat, unsettling, blank stare and said in a low, dead-end voice, "Give me what you have." It wasn't a cheerful demand. It was a rude one. I felt a slight prickle of annoyance and dismissal. Most of the kids who were too old for trick-or-treating at least put on a zombie mask. This felt like a sullen challenge. I held up the candy bowl. "I'm giving out candy, not cash, kid. Where's your costume?" "Here." I gestured the bowl. He didn't change his expression, didn't flinch, just held the plastic bag still. "Doesn't matter. Just fill the bag." His stillness was profoundly unnerving. He wasn't acting like a kid, he was acting like a drone. "The party's over, pal," I said, putting my firmest dad voice on and shutting the front door a little too quickly after tossing a few bars in his bag. I didn't wait for him to respond. I watched through the peephole as he slowly walked off the porch. He didn't head to the next house, though. He just lingered for a moment at the end of the walkway, looking back at the house, before finally turning and melting into the shadows under a big maple tree down the street. I wrote it off as a weird, disturbed kid, maybe high, maybe looking for trouble. I mentioned it to my sister, who shrugged and said, "Probably just an older kid trying to intimidate people into giving him the good stuff." I went back to watching the door. The last of the trick-or-treaters trailed off around 8:45. I brought Lucy back inside and we sat on the living room floor, surrounded by her astronaut helmet and a mountain of candy, laughing as she recounted her favorite houses. The comfort of the house, locked up tight, was a relief. It was around 9:30 p.m. when the chilling feeling returned. My sister was just getting ready to leave. I was picking up the last of the discarded wrappers when my eyes snagged on the window next to the front door. The screen was sitting slightly ajar, pushed out. Not by wind, but by force. Where the screen frame met the windowsill, there was a tiny, faint pry mark, a fresh scar in the white paint. My stomach got weird. I rushed to the window and threw it open, peering out at the porch. There was nothing, but someone had definitely been there and had tested the integrity of the house after the lights went out. Then I remembered the uncostumed boy. "Lucy, go sit with Aunt Carol in the kitchen now," I said, my voice unnaturally steady. I checked every window on the first floor, locking them all, adding the security bars. I went to the sliding glass leading to the back deck, which I knew I had secured. As I approached, I heard a soft metallic clink from the deck outside. It sounded like someone was lightly pressing the back doorknob repeatedly, checking for any give in the lock. Clink, clink, clink. Clink, clink. I held my breath, looking out the glass. The backyard was dark, only the faint glow of the neighbor's security light reaching the deck. I couldn't see anything. I grabbed the heavy cast iron skillet from the kitchen and pushed Lucy and my sister into the downstairs bathroom. "Stay in here. Don't open the door for anything. I'm calling the police." I locked them in and rushed to the cordless phone, dialing 911. My voice was a frantic whisper. "Someone's trying to get in. Back door. I think it's the kid who came earlier. The one without a costume. He was here earlier." I kept my back to the wall, listening, The small sounds of intrusion felt magnified tenfold in a quiet house. I heard a soft crunch of gravel from the side of the house, moving toward the deck. The stalker had moved away from the door. Then came the sound that solidified my terror. It was a slow, sustaining, grinding noise coming from the back window, the one facing the garden, a sound like metal on glass. I decided he wasn't kicking it in. He was carefully scoring the pane of glass to remove it cleanly and quietly. Who was this guy? Couldn't have been just a disturbed kid. He was a burglar, methodical, or something worse. I tightened my grip on the heavy skillet, positioning myself in the dark kitchen. The dispatcher was trying to keep me calm, telling me that officers were just minutes away. The grinding sound stopped, and there was silence. Then I heard a new sound, a careful, hesitant tap on the glass pane that had just been scored. He was checking if the glass was ready to be pushed in. Just as the silence stretched to its breaking point, I heard the glorious, life-saving sounds of sirens, not distant, but right on the street. They arrived fast. I heard a frantic scrambling from the back deck, followed by a loud thump as the intruder jumped the fence. The police found my back window pane perfectly scored, ready to be removed. They found a footprint near the garden bed. They didn't catch him that night, but they took a detailed report, connecting the pry mark on the front window to the deliberate attempt at the back. Despite being able to provide a full description of this kid's face, nothing ever came of it. It just goes to show that even on Halloween, when everyone is hiding their identity with fun, theatrical costumes, the most chilling person on the street is one who wore nothing at all, just a person. He's the only one who is seriously dangerous, in my opinion. My grandpappy, he wasn't a man for fences. He never was. If you asked him where the boundary of our land lay, he wouldn't point to a rusty wire or a stone post. He'd point to the settle line. I told you once, I told you 1,000 times, boy, he'd say, chewing on a stalk of dry wheat grass. You keep to the good ground, you stay off the settle line. The settle line didn't look like much. It was just a little dip, maybe 50 yards long, over on the other side of the property, running parallel to the creek. The ground there was always dark and spongy and a little cold under your boots, even in the middle of hot August. We could go weeks without rain, and that patch would still be muddy, breathing up a smell like sour milk and wet leaves. It wasn't a swamp, exactly, but it was just not right. I never heard a good, straight-up explanation for why it was wrong, mind you. Pappy just said that's where the land decided to take its rest, and you don't go waking it up. So I listened. For the most part. When I was a boy, the line wasn't scary, just strange. We avoided it. When we played, we never crossed it. It was simply the place that you didn't step. But it was the only place on the whole property where you could hear the hum. It wasn't a sound that you could record or point to, not like a cicada or a tractor. It was low and steady, felt less like something in your ears and more like a gentle pressure deep in your chest. A low, vibrating thrum, the kind that you hear standing too close to a big generator. But this one had no engine. Pappy said that the hum was the line talking, just letting you know it was there. And the louder the hum, the worse things seemed to be going. You'd hear it loudest when we'd have a bad crop, when the winter came too hard and froze the spring bulbs, or when a good cow went missing. It wasn't the cause of the bad luck, he always stressed. It was the messenger. It just told you that the land was hungry for something, and it was waiting. My father, God rest him, He didn't have patience for the tradition. He was a man for metrics and yields. The year that I turned 18, the market for feed corn was high. And he looked at that 50 yards of dark, fertile ground sitting idle, and he saw nothing but money. "It's just bad drainage, Pa," he told my grandpappy, who was already frail by then. "The soil sample came back better than the rest of the North 40. We're wasting good acreage." Pappy just shook his head, looking out at the spot where the land looked sickly and purple in the evening light. "Son, that soil is rich because it hasn't had to give up on its dead in 100 years. You start asking and it'll start taking." But Dad, he was hard-headed. He brought in a hired crew with a big yellow tiller. The second that blade broke the settle line, the hum surged. It wasn't a low vibration anymore. It was a noise that made your teeth ache and your eyes water. The workers stopped and looked around, pale as ghosts. My dad had to pay them triple to finish the plowing. They got a good yield that year, the biggest ever. But my father never stopped twitching in his sleep after that. And the hum, it never really faded back down to a whisper. It was just always there, low and heavy. I was smarter than my father, I believe, or so I told myself. I only crossed the line once, about 15 years ago, just to cut the travel time down for a water pipe. I only went a few feet in to the bad dirt. I was just in and out. The hum didn't scream that time, but it felt like the air had turned to syrup around me, heavy, suffocating. That night, I swear I could smell the sour milk and wet leaves inside my bedroom, 50 yards away, and I knew I had paid for that shortcut. Now, my land borders Mr. Henderson's, a nice enough man who bought the farm next to us, maybe 5 years back. He's a city fellow, trying to raise goats. He keeps telling me that he wants to build a big metal shed for his feed, a perfect aluminum structure, all gleaming and industrial. He came over last week all smiles, with a surveying pole in his hand. "I think I finally found the perfect spot, Jack," he called out to me. "Right along that little muddy trough. It'll be nice and secluded." I walked over there with him and my stomach dropped. He was planning to put a big, bolted shed smack dab in the middle of the settle line. I tried to tell him, using every polite word I knew about old traditions, the bad drainage, and how crops never grew right there. He just laughed, pulled out a contractor's printout. "Nonsense, Jack. A little gravel and concrete slab. It'll be the driest spot on the property." He poured the foundation 2 days later. He hammered the first aluminum roof panel in yesterday morning, and I'm sitting on my porch right now, 50 yards away, drinking weak coffee, and the hum is back. But this time it's not a vibration or a thrum. It sounds like a slow inhale. Sounds like something is waiting for Mr. Henderson to lock the door to that new shed and to turn his back. And then, I don't know what, but I'm certain that he'll pay for that. I've lived on the same street for almost 10 years now. It's one of those older neighborhoods on the edge of town, big trees still, long driveways, houses that used to belong to people who worked at the mill before it shut down. It's really quiet, and sometimes too quiet. Halloween, it's never busy here. A few families come by, but the last couple years I haven't seen any kids at all. The houses are spaced too far apart, I guess. Easy to hit the subdivisions. Anyway, this was last year. I bought candy just in case and set a bowl by the door, and I left the porch light on. Around 8:30, the first knock came. 3 quick taps. When I opened the door, there was no one there. Just the porch light flickering a little and the wind pushing leaves around. Perfect fall atmosphere. I figured that it was kids doing ding-dong ditch and laughed it off. 10 minutes later, another knock. Louder this time. I got up, checked again. Nothing. The street was empty. Bowl still full. I decided to just keep the porch light on. I remember checking my phone, 8:43, and then I heard the third knock. It was slow and heavy, unlike the others. I walked to the door, looked out the people, and froze. There was a kid standing there. Maybe 9 or 10, old-fashioned costume, looked something from a black and white photo. Long coat, white shirt, paper mask covering half their face. The mask was rough, hand-cut, with 2 big circles for eyes. They didn't move or say anything, just stood there holding out a candy bag. I opened the door a crack and said, "Hey there, you're out late." No response. Kid just kept the bag held out empty. "Where are your parents?" I asked, looking around. "Need help finding your group?" The kid just tilted their head a little. The voice that came out was flat. "I need to come inside." Something in the way they said it made my stomach drop. No please, no question mark, just slow instruction. I tried to laugh it off. "You're fine, bud. You don't need to come in, but I'll get you some candy, or I'll come with you." As I turned to grab the bowl, the kid said, "No." Then in the same calm tone, "You need to let me in, Bethany." That stopped me cold. How did this child know my name? I turned back, and that's when I noticed their eyes through the holes of the mask. I guess it could have been part of the costume, but they weren't eyes. Just black. Not pupils, not dark irises. Just a solid, depthless black. Like the eye wasn't even a thing that could move. I realize that's hard to imagine without seeing it. But trust me, it was incredibly odd. I never felt so unsettled looking at a child in my life. The bag in their hands, empty. I said, "Would you like me to take you home? Or call the police?" The kid's voice changed then. Lower and older somehow. Same words, just heavier. "Let me in." I shut the door. It was hard enough for the glass to rattle, but something about the voice. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely dial 911. I hit call. Before it could even ring, I was feeling silly. I disconnected. I thought, what if this is just some prank? Some weird mask with contacts, a neighbor's kid, and they know my name, so on. So I don't know why, but I opened the door again. The porch was empty now. I stepped outside, looked around. Nothing on the driveway. No voices. It was just that quiet, heavy air you get when the streetlights seem louder than the wind. Then behind me, 3 knocks. From the door I'd just left open. I turned around and the kid was there again, standing inside the doorway. "Can I come inside now?" they said. I ran, no shame in admitting it. I bolted down the steps and out onto the yard. When I looked back, the doorway was empty again. No kid, or the sound of them leaving. The police came about 20 minutes later due to my hang-up call. 2 officers walked the yard, checked the street. Nothing. One of them said that they get calls like this all the time. Told me it's usually kids just messing around. But he also told me, honestly, nobody's been trick-or-treating on these streets for years, so... They canvassed some neighbors. There was no missing kids, no children in paper masks. After they assured me that everything was fine, they left. I sat up till morning with every light in the house on. There were no footprints on the porch when the sun came up, but I wasn't expecting there to be. The bowl of candy was, of course, still full. My door locked. but on the outside, just below the peephole, there were 3 smudges. Small, grayish prints, like fingertips. Maybe I'd just never noticed them before. But I don't know. Now Halloween's coming up. I'm hoping this year is less eventful than last year. And I'm gonna start by turning off the porch light. I think it's best just to not open that door. This has been happening for a few months now, but I only started writing it down tonight because I just heard myself speak out loud in my apartment while I was sitting in silence. Let me back up a little. I live alone, 1-bedroom apartment in a decent part of town, 3rd floor, quiet neighbors. I'm a night owl. I do audio editing for a podcast network, and I spend a lot of time with headphones on. Isolated, focused. It's a solitary life, but I like it. A few months ago, I was editing late, probably 2 a.m., when I caught something strange in one of the files. It was just a casual interview, 2 people talking about urban planning, harmless stuff. But around the 14-minute mark, I heard my name, clearly, my full name. It came through like a whisper, not from the guests, not from background noise. I know my voice. It was my voice. I replayed it 20 times, ran it through filters, boosted the gain, reversed it, checked for edits. There was no explanation, just this low, breathy whisper in my own voice, saying, "Aaron, can you hear me?" I thought maybe I was losing it, chalked it up to sleep deprivation or audio pareidolia. I didn't mention it to anyone. But it didn't stop. I've heard myself in the hallway when I'm brushing my teeth. Heard myself humming in the shower when I wasn't making a sound. Heard laughter, my laughter, coming from the bedroom while I was in the kitchen. I froze mid-step with a knife in my hand and dish soap still on my fingers. At first I thought maybe I was playing back recordings without realizing it. I checked everything. Disabled smart speakers, disconnected my phone from Bluetooth. Nothing changed. It only happens when I'm alone, though. And then came the night that I heard myself crying. It was soft, from the closet. I didn't even move at first. I just kind of stood in the middle of my apartment, like my brain was buffering. It went on for maybe 30 seconds. And then it stopped all at once. When I finally got the courage to open the door, there was, of course, nothing there. Just coats, boxes, the usual. But the weirdest part, one of my hoodies was wet, like soaked through. I hadn't worn it in weeks. A few days after that, I started locking the closet door at night. And then last week, my sister sent me a voice message, just 5 seconds long. It was me, not just my voice, but me, my tone, my cadence, saying, "Don't listen to her. She's lying." No context, just that one line. I asked my sister where she got it. She said she didn't send it, that she woke up and it was in her sent messages, already marked as read. She thought I sent it. She lives in a different state. We don't prank each other. And she was freaked out too. We got on a video call that night. She kept asking me to say certain words, kept watching my face a little too carefully, like she genuinely wasn't sure that I was me. And that brings us to tonight. About an hour ago, I was sitting at my desk, no headphones this time, no devices on, just reading something on the couch. And behind me from the kitchen, I heard my voice say, "Hey, Aaron, come here a sec." I didn't move. I just stared down at my hands, and I couldn't help but notice that they were damp, sweating profusely. The voice, it sounded casual, like I'd been standing in the kitchen this whole time, talking to myself. And then I heard it again. "Hey, come here," more insistent. my voice still. I slowly turned my chair, just enough to see the kitchen. Empty, lights off. I sat there for a long time. Eventually I got up and turned on every single light. I checked all the cabinets, every closet. Nothing. I know what I heard. I know my own damn voice, and it keeps finding me. Sometimes I hear myself muttering through the walls, too muffled to make out the words, but the rhythm is right. The way I speak when I'm frustrated or afraid. I feel so sane, but this feels so insane. I haven't told anyone besides my sister. I don't really think anyone's going to believe me, or I'm sure they'll just think I'm crazy. And yeah, I'll make an appointment with the doctor, but I can't explain how real it feels. And the voicemail message to my sister, what's that about? Something's going on. Something's in here with me. I know how it sounds, but it's true. So how do I make it stop? How do I get rid of it? I lived in a house for 5 years that, if ghosts had personalities, had definitely been saddled with the sort of roommate from hell who leaves their dishes in the sink and steals your socks. Not violent, just petty and endlessly inconvenient. I'd come home from work and find the second floor window wide open in a rainstorm. I'd reach for a yogurt in the fridge and pull out a container with the lid half off, yogurt crusted around the rim, like someone had been there in a hurry. Little things, mostly. But these are the kinds of things that make you double-check your own memory, and then put a post-it on the fridge that reads, "You did not open this." At first, I tried to be reasonable. I blamed drafts. I blamed my own absent-mindedness. I even blamed the cat. The cat is culpable for many things. She is not culpable for everything. I taped down the windows. I put a bowl of baking soda in the fridge in case it was moisture. But the house had a theme, and once you identified it, it becomes impossible not to notice it. This place hated clocks. And by hated, I mean the house was personally invested in their destruction. There were cuckoo clocks, stained wood, little doors that popped open on the hour, that had worked for half a century. They ticked and coughed along like elderly relatives, and then, without warning, they'd stop dead. No winding problem. No spring snapped, just dead. Then there were the new, cheap wall clocks I bought to replace them. I'd throw batteries in like offerings, go to bed and wake up to a kitchen full of quiet and a clock that had eaten its battery like it was candy. By the end of that winter, I had an entire drawer of expired AAAs that still looked brand new. A battery graveyard. My watch is the thing I miss the least, but it's the first sabotage relic I remember clearly. I always slept with it on, bad habit, I know, but it's how I kept my phone out of reach when I wanted to pretend to sleep. One morning I rolled over and my wrist was naked. The watch lay on the floor beside my bed, with the crystal shattered. Metal band was bent like someone had stepped on it. I remember holding the broken thing in my palm and thinking annoyingly practical thoughts. Replace crystal, call the repair shop, sleep without watch on. And underneath all that, the tiny, embarrassed flutter of who moves my watch in the night. Then came the Kit Kat clock. That's what it would be called, because it was shaped inexplicitly and charmingly like a Kit Kat bar. Long, glossy, with perfect little rectangles. My sister bought it for me for Christmas. A ridiculous pop of plastic that made the kitchen feel like someone had smuggled a candy store into a mid-century decor. Well, 2 weeks later, the house threw it. I was standing at the stove, stirring something that involved too much garlic for 7 p.m., when the cat did that twitch and stare thing that she does when a moth passes. Out of the corner of my eye, something airborne, long and chocolatey and absurd, flew across the kitchen. My brain filled in the motion with conspiratorial slow motion. Airborne Kit Kat. I turned, The clock lay in 1,000 bright plastic shards across the linoleum. Hands frozen at 6:50. For a second, I laughed, because what else do you do? And then I sighed, swept up the candy pieces, and walked to the living room, where the old wooden cuckoo clock had stopped again. Its door had shut as if it had decided on permanent retirement. The house sighed around me. House sounds, like a person settling in after a long day. I wanted to be mad, but I kept feeling like I was dealing with a particularly passive-aggressive relative. People give you advice for situations like this. Bless the house, light sage, call a priest, install an app that plays whale songs on a loop at 3 a.m. I tried practical things first. I swapped the batteries. I put up little talismans around the house. I unplugged everything except a floor lamp and stared at the lamp for a while because it felt like the grown-up thing to do. Nothing worked long-term. The clocks kept failing. The windows kept opening. And the cat continued to be responsible for some disruptions, but not the ones I was trying to explain. Some of the acts were almost affectionate in their spite. Once I came home to find all of my socks were sorted. Not lost, but bunched intentionally, in a neat pile by the door, like someone who wanted me to know that they'd been looking for them. And they found them. Once a page of my favorite book was folded down. It was folded on the exact sentence I needed to reread. The book had not been opened all day, and suddenly there was a corner bookmark, mockingly precise. Little messages. A personality with time to bother with domestic details. Not a violent personality, or a threatening one. Just a roommate. A passive-aggressive roommate. The worst part wasn't the inconvenience. It was the way that it made me tack my life into small, defendable boxes. I stopped leaving things where I liked to leave them. I put cling wrap over my leftovers, even when I meant to eat them the next day. I took a picture of the Kit Kat clock and showed it to my friends like a punchline. The house hates confectionery decor, I'd say. They'd laugh, and then, because we all have that itch for the weird, they'd ask the things they always ask. Did you try to, this list of rituals? Yes, I'd say. I tried. Nothing stuck. There was one night, a few months after the Kit Kat incident, where I basically had enough of sitting on the edge like I had a grumpy roommate. I stood in the kitchen with 2 coffees and a plan. I would not be sabotaged tonight. I set a cheap digital clock on the counter, one that looked like it was a utilitarian box. And I watched it like a hawk while I boiled water for my noodles. For 1 glorious hour, it ticked. For 1 hour, the house offered no opinion. And then at 2:02 a.m., my cat leapt up, knocked the clock onto the floor, and walked away with the expression of someone who'd just finished a job. I picked up the clock half annoyed, half resigned, and for the first time I laughed until I cried. It was ridiculous and perfectly on brand. The house had not been forceful. It had merely redirected the agency through the cat's paws. Subtle, efficient, bossy. I did eventually move out, because 5 years is a long time to live with a roommate who doesn't respect batteries. I still find myself making little rituals when I visit other houses, though. Tap the mantle, check the window latches, leave a clean plate in case someone is picky. Sometimes I miss the weirdness. Not the petty theft of time, or the smashed watch, or soggy windows, but the uncanny personality of it all. There was a rhythm to living with a place that kept correcting itself, and in its own maddening way, watching out for the edges of my life. Honestly, if ghosts are going to haunt something, I'd rather it be a nitpicky, borderline catty presence that throws my novelty clocks off the wall than one that's out for blood. At least one could be reasoned with, sort of. As for the Kit Kat clock, I took it as a compliment. The house had opinions, it had taste, and it was petty as hell, which, frankly, is more relatable than anything else I can think of. As a kid, the scariest place I ever spent the night wasn't out in the woods or at a camp or anywhere you'd expect. It was at my best friend's house. I still can't fully explain why that place felt the way that it did, but anyone who'd ever spent time there knew that it was creepy. Even in the broad daylight, the house felt strange. The air was heavy, and I know you hear that, but it really was. You could feel the difference when you'd walk outside. And their living room was dim no matter how many lamps were turned on. The basement smelled like wet stone, and the upstairs always seemed a little colder than the rest of the house. You never wanted to be alone there, if you were the last one awake, or had to walk down the hall by yourself at night. The feeling of being watched clung to you until you practically ran back to wherever the other kids were. Despite that, we had sleepovers there all the time. Her parents were cool, and it was one house where we could eat junk food, stay up late, and blast music without anyone caring. But that odd atmosphere, making the dog bark at empty corners or stare up the stairs whining, it was always there in the background. One night, when we were maybe 10 or 11, her older sister decided to mess with us. She'd been talking about mirror games that she'd heard about from a friend. I already knew about Bloody Mary. Every kid did. But this version was different. According to her, if you sat in front of a mirror with a candle and stared long enough, you wouldn't summon a ghost. Instead, your reflection would start to move on its own. She said it was called the other you. Of course, we were curious enough to try. So we crammed into the upstairs bathroom, me, my best friend, and her sister. The room was small, just big enough for the three of us. We turned off the lights, lit a single candle, and placed it on the counter. Its glow flickered across the mirror, making the whole place look like it was breathing. At first, it really was silly. We stared at our reflections and tried not to laugh. We whispered dumb jokes, nudged each other, anything to kill the tension or the boredom. But the longer we stood there, the quieter we got. The flame was steady now, and the shadows in the corner of the room seemed darker somehow. Then I noticed my reflection. It wasn't perfectly in sync anymore. When I tilted my head, it hesitated, almost like it was waiting for me to move first. When I blinked, it didn't blink with me. My stomach dropped. I thought maybe the candlelight was messing with me, but then my reflection sort of grinned. I know I wasn't grinning. My best friend gasped at the same time and clutched my arm. Her reflection was smiling too, according to her. Her sister laughed at us, swore we were imagining it, but when she leaned closer to the mirror to prove us wrong, the candle went out. Just like that. 1 second it was flickering, and the next it was gone. The bathroom went pitch black, and we all screamed. We clawed at the door, tripped over each other to get out. When the light flipped on, the mirror was normal again. Our faces, pale and wide-eyed, stared back at us like nothing had happened. Just our normal reflections. We tried to laugh it off, but that night I couldn't sleep. Lying in her room, I kept staring at the dresser mirror across from her bed. In the dark, it looked like a doorway. I kept imagining someone standing in it, watching us. I finally turned over, but every creak of the house made my heart start to pound. At some point, I guess I drifted off to sleep, but I woke up to whispering. It wasn't loud, more like the rustling of someone speaking against glass. I turned my head just enough to look at the mirror, and I swear I saw movement. Not us, not our sleeping bodies, but something else shifting in the reflection. I buried myself under a blanket and I prayed until the actual morning. When the sun finally came through the blinds, I felt this weird relief until I noticed the candle we'd been using the night before. It was sitting on the dresser, next to the mirror. None of us had put it there. I didn't say anything. Neither did my friend. But weeks later, she admitted something that made my blood run cold. She said that she kept having nightmares after that night. In them, she'd wake up and realize that she wasn't in her bed. She was inside the mirror, watching herself sleep. She couldn't move, couldn't scream. Just stood there while her reflection, the one in her bed, smiled at her. I remember her mom eventually took the mirror out of her room. After that, she said her nightmares stopped. I never told her this, but I had dreams too. Not every night, not even every week, but when I would spend the night there, I'd wake up certain that I'd been staring at myself from the other side of the glass. And when I looked in any mirror the next morning, I always had to check, just for a second, that the reflection was really me. Even now as an adult, I avoid mirrors in the dark. I know it sounds childish, I know. But I can't unsee that grin, that reflection. It's ingrained in my brain forever. I'm not sure if this fits here, but it's been eating at me. I'm not claiming monsters. I'm just telling you what I saw and heard. And if there's some boring explanation, I'll honestly sleep better. This was in the hills where my mom's side is from. There's a back road that nobody takes unless you live out there. And there's a tight S-curve around a drop that locals call Devil's Bend. The guardrails beat to hell from folks learning the hard way in winter. My cousin Levi and I took his dad's old tent up there because we were 17 and freedom is cheap if you don't mind ticks. We set up at a pull-off just past the bend, so we weren't camping right on the road like idiots. Fire, hot dogs, the usual. We saw 2 deer cross at dusk, and a truck rumble by at like 10 p.m. That was the last car. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to a noise that went straight through me. Not a coyote yip. This was high and long and tube-shaped. Like somebody trying to scream, but their mouth was too big for the sound. Levi sat straight up and looked at me. You hearing that? We both stopped breathing, and it came again from up the road, around the bend. It bounced off the trees and came back wrong and distorted. For whatever reason, we went to go look. No guns, just one flashlight that was older than me. I held it and Levi had a hatchet because it made him feel braver. We stuck to the edge of the asphalt and eased toward the curve. The woods were all wet leaves, black trunks. It was foggy. It stayed at ankle height, though. When we made the bend, the beam hit the guardrail and caught eye shine. Red, quick. Something was crouched on the top rail, hands on the post like a wrestler waiting to jump. I say hands because that's what they looked like in the splash of light. Long fingers, monkeyish, not paws. It didn't have hair that I could see, but the arms were long, knees bent the wrong way, or a lot deeper than mine ever could bend. The mouth looked way too wide, like it had been cut bigger than it should be. I know that sounds like I'm trying to be creepy, but I'm telling you that it made my brain slide around because the proportions were off. It turned its head sharp to face us, and I swear that mouth, it stretched more. I don't know. The shine wasn't eye shine like a deer either. It was like the wet inside caught the light. Levi whispered to me, "Dude." And that broke whatever spell I was under. I hit it with the light dead on. It dropped. Just folded off the rail with this jointy spider move and slipped down the embankment on all fours, quiet as a cat. We heard leaves, maybe a couple stones, and then it was really silent. The screams didn't come back. we didn't chase it because we're not total idiots. We went back to camp, stuffed the tent in the trunk like we were being timed, and then we sat in the car until dawn with the doors locked, which is hilarious because rolled-up windows do not stop monsters. We left when the sun got gray in the trees. In daylight, we went back. Yeah, dumb again. On the guardrail, there were these marks on the aluminum where it had been perched. It wasn't like a cat scratch. 5 divots together, like fingers had been pressed and slid a little. I put my own hand there, and the spacing was off. Too long between the index and the middle, if it was a person's hand. Maybe somebody messed with it, sure. But you could feel the ridges. We told Levi's dad, and he said that it was probably a bobcat making mating sounds, and we scared it off. It jumped. Maybe. I've heard bobcats. This was too aimed, like it was warding off, not like it just wanted to be heard. I don't drive Devil's Bend at night anymore. You can roast me for being a coward, that's fine. If it was a normal animal, it was wearing a face that didn't fit right. If it wasn't, then I don't want to meet it when it's not crouching. If anyone's got a non-nightmare explanation for long-armed thing with too wide of a mouth sitting on a guardrail screaming at 3 a.m., I'm really open to it. So me and my buddy had a wedding to go to in Maple Valley, and when it wrapped up, neither of us was ready to head straight home. He suggested that we go smoke for a bit before driving back, and that's when he brought up the Black Diamond Cemetery. It was on the way, and he'd read about it once, said it was supposed to be one of the oldest cemeteries in Washington. I'd heard the name before, but never been. We both figured, why not? When else were we going to be out here? Seemed like a dumb, kind of cool detour. I'll start by saying that neither of us are ghost guys. We weren't looking to get freaked out, and honestly, I've been to cemeteries plenty of times and nothing's ever happened. Just quiet places with headstones. Maybe a weird vibe if you let yourself think too much or stay a little too long after smoking. This was the mindset. Just go hang out. We got there sometime after 11. The road was much darker than expected. Lined with trees, the place looked way older than I thought it would. The gates were open, though. We parked off to the side and walked in, trying to be quiet out of respect, even though no one living was around to care. We found a spot to sit on that was a low concrete wall, lit up, and we just started talking about random stuff. People from the wedding, music, the usual. We definitely weren't scared. If anything, it was a cool spot. I remember checking the time on my phone, and when I looked up, my buddy was staring past me. I thought maybe he was zoning out, until I saw his face. He looked locked in, like he was trying to figure out what he was seeing. I turned, and that's when I noticed movement between the headstones. It wasn't an animal. I know what a raccoon looks like, and this wasn't that. It looked like a person, just a figure slipping between graves. No flashlight or sound with their steps. Just 1 second they're there and gone the next. Neither of us moved or said anything at first. We just watched. Then the air literally changed, like a gust of wind, but colder. I don't really know how else to explain it. 1 minute it was a normal cold night, and the next it felt colder and heavier, despite there not being any rain. It was like something was pressing down on us. The trees around us went pretty still, and the silence got so sharp that it made my ears ring. My buddy whispered, "Do you hear that?" At first I didn't, but then it hit me. It was almost like someone was singing. Not clear words, just this faint, steady tone. They were singing a song far away. It didn't fit with anything. There weren't houses nearby. No cars driving past. Just that sound carrying across the graves. We both stood up from the wall. We were trying to act calm but failing miserably. I kept telling myself that was definitely the wind or my imagination. Then, a little ways down the path, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing completely still in front of one of the older stones. It looked pale, like gray on gray in the moonlight. I couldn't make out a face or features, just the shape. I looked at my buddy, and he saw it too. We didn't stick around. He grabbed my arm, and we both just booked it back toward the car. As we ran, it didn't feel like the sound was getting further away. It just stayed right with us. We slammed the doors, and we sat there in silence. We couldn't hear the sound anymore, just both of us breathing hard, not wanting to look back toward the cemetery. Eventually, we got the nerve to start driving. That's when we realized that we hadn't said a single word to each other about what we saw. Not until we were about 10 minutes down the road. He said to me, "You saw it too, right?" And I nodded. That was it. We didn't even try to explain it. Didn't want to. I've been to plenty of places that people say are haunted. This was the first time something actually happened. It wasn't exactly a jump scare, but that singing and that image, it was enough. We are officially ghost guys. I work in IT at a small university library, mostly dealing with network issues and busted printers. A few months ago, the head librarian called me to the basement archives because an old filing cabinet was stuck. Turns out it wasn't stuck. A big antique brass door knocker had fallen behind it. This wasn't shaped like a lion's head or anything regal. It was shaped like a human hand, maybe life-sized, with a heavy, thick brass ring clenched in the fist. It was strangely cold to the touch. The librarian didn't want it, so I took it home, planning to sell it on Etsy. I hung it on my office wall as a decoration while I waited for a free weekend to list it. Everything was fine until I started noticing things happening, specifically to my electronics, things that were plugged into the wall. It started with the phone charger. I'd plug in my phone, and it would charge to 80%, and then just stop. Then my laptop. It would randomly shut down, and when I restarted it, the battery would be completely drained, even though it was plugged in. I bought new cords, new surge protectors. Nothing worked. I noticed a pattern. Everything that failed, everything that died despite being plugged in, was in the same room as the brass hand knocker. I went into my office to work one night, and the overhead light flickered and died. I walked over to the outlet to see if the bulb was just loose, and that's when I saw something. The brass hand. It wasn't on the wall. It was sitting on my power strip. It was lying flat across the black plastic, perfectly covering the on and off switch with its brass palm. The green power light was off. I picked it up, feeling a wave of deep, unnerving cold when I did. I put it back on the wall hook, and the power strip immediately clicked back on, the light shining bright green. I convinced myself that it had simply fallen off the wall and onto the strip. But it escalated. I came home from work and I found every single wall outlet in my entire office, 8 of them, had something jammed into the top grounding hole. It wasn't metal. It was a tiny, dried-out, blackened piece of organic matter, like a piece of root or burnt twig, just enough to break the circuit. On my desk, the brass hand knocker was sitting on a little pile of these tiny black twigs. It had somehow unplugged the entire room from the electrical grid. I was honestly kind of terrified, but also weirdly compelled. I took the brass hand off the desk, carried it downstairs. I got a heavy-duty waterproof cooler, wrapped the hand in a trash bag, put it inside. I secured the cooler with 2 bungee cords. I felt a huge wave of relief. I went back upstairs, and for the first time in weeks, my laptop was fully charged. I woke up at 4 a.m. to a distinct, metallic knocking sound. It wasn't the door. It was coming from my basement. I walked down the stairs, and the sound was clear. Knock, 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 pause. Knock, knock, knock. It was coming from the laundry room. I flicked on the light. The waterproof cooler was lying on its side, the lid still secured by the bungee cords, but on the floor next to it, the brass ring. The big, thick ring that was meant to be clenched in the hand's fist. The ring had somehow been worked free of the brass hand, and it was banging rhythmically against the metal side of the washing machine, hitting the machine right on the spot where the power cord plugs into the back. I sold my house 2 weeks later. I left the cooler in the basement, still corded shut. I didn't open it. I don't know what it wanted, but I know it wasn't a spirit looking for connection. It was something that wanted to cut the connection. It wanted to make life around it dark and cold, just like it was. This happened several years ago when I was 19, living in a basement apartment with my best friend Sam. We both worked late shifts at different jobs, so most nights we'd end up hanging out after midnight, eating whatever was left in the fridge and watching TV. It was winter, so stupid cold. And the night that this happened, a storm had knocked out the power to most of the block. No TV, no lights, no heat. Just the sound of the wind rattling the thin basement windows. Sam went digging through a closet and came back holding a battered cardboard box with a familiar red and yellow Ouija logo. "I think this belonged to my aunt," he said. "She used it at parties back in the 70s. I laughed. "Perfect. Let's see if we can summon Elvis." Obviously, I didn't take these things very seriously. But for fun, we lit a few candles, sat cross-legged on the floor with the board between us. The planchette was the old-school kind, real wood, with a cloudy glass window in the center. And I swear to you, nothing dramatic happened. Nothing at first. Nothing flickered, no temperature drops, no sudden gusts of wind. The planchette moved a little, slow and uneven. We got a handful of jumbled letters, but we couldn't tell if it was because we were shaking or what. Plus, the letters didn't spell anything. But then about 15 minutes in, it spelled something clearly. We both looked at each other, hesitantly. It spelled L-U-C-E. "Luke?" I guessed. Sam shook his head. "No, that's L-U-C-E, like loose." We asked more questions, but the planchette barely moved after that. Within a couple minutes, the power came back on, and the whole mood felt ridiculous. We put the board away and went back to watching TV. Sam went to bed, and I stayed up in the living room with the TV on for background noise. I must have drifted off because I woke up to the sound of static. Not just white noise, sharp, loud static, the kind that makes you sit straight up. The screen was full of snow, but the volume was low, like a faint hiss. And in the hiss, I did hear something. It wasn't clear, not at first. It was like someone talking through a wall. Sam, maybe? But after a few seconds, I realized it was a man's voice, and it was repeating the same thing over and over. It was saying, "Loose, loose, loose." The sound faded when I leaned closer, but it came back as I sat on the couch. I changed the channel, but every station was static. I turned the TV off. The hiss stopped. Over the next week, that kept happening. Not every night, not often enough to make me dread turning the TV on when I was alone, but sometimes it was just the static between stations. Sometimes it was a faint whisper under the dialogue of whatever I was watching. Just enough that you'd think you imagined it. Always the same word. Always loose. I asked Sam about it, thinking maybe there was a chance that he was messing with me somehow. But he swore that he wasn't doing anything. But he also swore he hadn't heard it. I told myself that it was nothing and I was letting myself get worked up. Maybe my brain was just looking for patterns after the Ouija session. But one night I was flipping through the channels and stopped dead. In the static, just for a second, I saw a shape. It was a face, not a detailed one, just the suggestion of one. Like someone pressing their features into frosted glass. The eyes were dark. Too dark. They didn't blink. The moment I saw it, the voice got louder. I yanked the plug from the wall and I sat there in the dark. Sam spooked me from behind. Hey, I saw that. I heard that too. We didn't turn the TV on again for weeks. The last time it happened there, I remember I wasn't even home. I was staying at my girlfriend's place for the weekend, and she lived in a nice apartment with no old electronics. Everything was new, sleek, and quiet. We were laying in bed watching a movie on her laptop. At some point, early in the morning, Sam calls me. Thinking it's an emergency, I answer. Someone just whispered in my ear, dude. I heard it. Loose. I still have no idea what loose means or who it's supposed to be, but it's been years since I've heard anything about it. White noise or static makes me a little uneasy. I used to work at a store on a little island in the South Pacific. I'm American, but I ended up living there for a couple of years around 2010. The job itself was fine, but the store, it had something inside of it. Call it a ghost, a spirit, whatever you want, but it had the habit of messing with me. The store only had one way in and out. 2 keys existed. My boss had one, and I had the other. The rest of the staff had to wait for one of us to open up. From the office to the door, you had to cut around a corner and squeeze through this narrow stretch between the wall and the service counter. And that's where the weird stuff always seemed to happen. I stayed up late often, usually to use the internet. Out there, the internet was insanely expensive, like $350 a month for dial-up speeds. So staying after hours was my little luxury. I'd smoke a lot back then. So I'd step out for breaks during these late-night internet sessions. And that's when I first noticed something. More than once, I'd come back to find boxes stacked right across that narrow path to the door. At first, I thought it was just the guy from the counter being lazy. I told him to make sure he threw them out before he left, and he swore he always did. Yet, night after night, the boxes reappeared. Then it got a little weirder. We had 2 flags. The island's flag and the U.S. flag, because the company was American-owned. Every night, they were taken down and tucked behind the counter. One night, when I was heading out for a smoke, both flags were stretched across the counter and the shelf, like someone had carefully laid them out to block me. The problem was, no one could have gotten in without me hearing it. The security guard right outside the only door swore that no one went in. And I knew where my boss was, drinking at the airport before a trip. That was when I stopped staying late just to surf the internet. But the thing that really freaked me out happened not long after. A coworker and I had gone across the street to a resort bar to grab a couple of drinks before heading to my boss's daughter's birthday party. First birthdays there are huge, bigger than weddings or funerals. It's the most important celebration in the culture, because historically, so many babies didn't make it to their first year. so there was no chance my boss was leaving his own party to play some elaborate prank. Before we left the bar, I decided to duck back into the store to use the bathroom. It was dark inside, but I knew the layout well enough to walk in blind. I slipped past the counter, through the office, and into the bathroom. And then I heard a loud clink, like metal scraping across the tile. It came from the direction of the door. My first thought was that my friend had changed his mind and tried the lock, but the sound didn't match. It was too heavy and too clunky. When I finished and came back out, walking the same exact path that I had taken a minute earlier, I crashed straight into one of the customer bar stools. Only it wasn't where it should have been. That stool had been pulled several feet, dragged around the corner, and placed directly in the path I had just walked. That was the sound I heard, the metal legs scraping across the floor. The second I realized that, every hair on my body stood up, and my chest physically tightened like I couldn't breathe. I bolted the rest of the way out and nearly ripped the door off its hinges. The security guard swore that no one went inside. My friend hadn't moved, and like I said, my boss was at his daughter's party, one of the most important days of his life. I wasn't the only one with stories either. One of the warehouse guys refused to go upstairs because he swore that he'd seen a black shadow woman up there more than once. Other employees admitted to weird moments too, though not as direct as mine. The building itself wasn't that old, but the island had a dark past. During World War II, Japanese forces occupied it. The stories from that time are brutal. Assaults, murders, entire families wiped out. Maybe whatever it was in that store was tied to that history. I don't know. All I know is that it had this trick it loved to do, blocking my path. Sometimes with boxes, sometimes with flags, even bar stools. It didn't want me comfortable, and it didn't want me forgetting it was there. I don't claim to know what I experienced, but I can say that after that night, I never went back into that building after dark. This actually happened a few weeks ago, and I haven't stopped thinking about it since. My wife was out of town for work, so it was just me and the kids at home. That night, after a normal evening of homework and late-night cartoons, I put the kids to bed and turned in myself. I remember falling asleep quickly. The house was still and quiet, in the way that it only is when you're the only adult there to listen to every creak or groan. Sometime around 1 a.m., my son crawled into bed beside me. He does that every so often. Bad dreams, weird noises, or just one of those nights that he needs to be close. I barely stirred, just shifted to make room for him and went back to sleep. What woke me up a second time was the soft click of the bedroom door. I opened my eyes in that half-asleep state where nothing feels real, but everything is vivid. The room was dimly lit from the hallway nightlight. I saw the door slowly swing closed, and then, clear as day, a young girl walked across the end of the bed. She was wearing a red sweater, and she had shoulder-length brown hair. I didn't panic. My first thought was that it was my daughter. She sleepwalks sometimes, and it wouldn't be the first time she wandered down to our room in the middle of the night. I checked the clock, 3:02 a.m. The girl didn't say anything. She just moved across the foot of the bed and stopped at the doorway to the bathroom. I propped myself up on one elbow, watching her silhouette in the dim light. Something felt off. The stillness, the silence, the way her head stayed perfectly forward, not glancing at me or the bed. I called my daughter's name gently, not wanting to startle her if she was sleepwalking. There was no response. The girl didn't move, she just stood there. Then, without a sound, She raised her arms straight out to her sides, slowly, like someone performing a ritual or being pulled by invisible strings. Something about the movement, it sent a bolt of cold through me. I said my daughter's name again, louder this time. Nothing. That's when my son bolted upright beside me. He sat up fast, eyes wide, looking toward the bathroom door. "Is that Bella?" he whispered. Before I could respond, I jumped out of the bed and flipped on the light. No one was there. The bathroom was empty. The hallway was quiet. I rushed upstairs and opened my daughter's door. She was fast asleep, tangled in her blankets. I came back down and checked every room. Nothing. But when I stepped back into the bedroom, I felt it immediately. The tile floor where the girl had been standing was freezing cold. Not just a little, noticeably cold. Like an ice pack had been sitting on it. I stood there for a few moments, heart pounding, trying to rationalize it. There was no vent nearby. Just cold tile in a cold room. Eventually, I climbed back into bed. My son lay stiff beside me, both of us wide awake. I didn't sleep for nearly an hour. Just stared at the ceiling, running it over in my mind again and again. The next morning over breakfast, I gently asked my son if he remembered waking up. He nodded. "Yeah, I saw Bella in your room. She was standing in the doorway, wearing that red sweater she wears sometimes." I didn't say anything right away, just watched him for a moment. He wasn't joking. He didn't look confused or unsure. He remembered it too. But here's the thing. My daughter, Bella, she doesn't own a red sweater. I know people sometimes say they don't talk about their experiences much, but I've talked about mine quite a few times. I've told a few people over the years, usually after a few drinks, but I do always downplay it. Call it a dream, a weird trick of the eyes, or just let them decide. But I know that it was something different. It happened the summer I turned 16. My friend Evan invited me to stay at his grandparents' place for a week, somewhere in rural Virginia. Their house sat on a long gravel road, surrounded by woods so thick you couldn't see the sky from the back porch. The house itself was old, white siding gone yellow, decrepit floors, no central air. His grandfather had died a few years before, and his grandmother just lived there alone. She was sweet but quiet, not forgetful exactly, just distracted. Sometimes she'd stop in the middle of a sentence and look past us, like she was listening for something we couldn't hear. The first night we got there, I didn't sleep much. Evan passed out right away, but I was stuck on the pull-out couch in the living room, and the room just felt strange. It was really quiet, the kind that just made my ears ring. Sometime around 3 a.m., I opened my eyes, and I saw something standing in the corner across from me. I thought it was a coat rack or something at first, but there wasn't one there when I went to sleep. This was tall, vaguely human-shaped, but wrong, quite thin. Just a dark silhouette against a darker wall. I blinked, but it didn't move. I knew, somehow, it was looking at me. I pulled the blanket over my head and I laid there until morning, sweating like crazy, but too scared to come out. The next morning, I asked Evan if there was a chance that someone came into the room. His grandma, maybe? He shrugged. Nah, she goes to bed early. Doesn't get up at night anymore. I wanted to believe that I imagined it, or it was a lack of sleep, weird lighting, maybe my brain just making things up. But it happened again the next night. This time I woke up facing the hallway, I'd left the door half open. Through the crack, I saw movement, like someone had walked by. No footsteps, just a flash of something blacker than the dark around it. Then another and another. It wasn't until the third figure passed that I realized none of them were touching the ground. I closed my eyes and I didn't open them again until the sun came through the window. Evan teased me for how tired I looked. I didn't tell him why. That afternoon, his grandma pulled me aside in the kitchen while Evan was out messing with the grill. "They don't like new people," she said suddenly, like we'd been in the middle of a conversation. I just stared at her. She poured sweet tea into a glass and slid it towards me. "They'll leave you be, long as you don't look at them for too long." I didn't ask who they were. I didn't need to. She never brought it up again, and neither did I. We left a few days later. I never went back. Evan's grandma passed the following spring, and the house sat empty after that. I heard from Evan that they eventually sold it to some guy who planned to flip it, but I checked a couple of years later out of curiosity. It was listed as vacant. Sometimes I wonder if he saw them too, if maybe that's why he slept so soundly when we were there, because you can get used to anything, even the shadows that move without sound. Maybe he knew they'd mess with me, leave him alone. Even now, 20 years later, I still catch myself checking the corners of rooms before I fall asleep. Out of habit, sure. But maybe part of me still believes that there's other things out there. That if I ever stop checking, they'll be back. I've had this question for years now. No one's ever been able to give me a good answer. About 3 years ago, I was living with my family on a dead-end street in a quiet neighborhood. And by little and quiet, I mean the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, or at least knew each other's business. It was late, close to 2 a.m, and I was sitting on the porch scrolling through my phone, half awake and trying to convince myself to finally go to bed. I happened to glance out the window, and I froze. Across the street, under the neighbor's porch light, stood 2 figures. One was tall, and I mean unnaturally tall, well over 6.5 feet, maybe 7. The other was much shorter, maybe child size, but his proportions were off. Both were completely black silhouettes, like shadows that had peeled themselves off the ground. They weren't just standing there either. They were talking. I could see their arms move, the tall one gesturing, the short one tilting its head. They were solid, but somehow not real. Like my eyes were struggling to focus on them. I thought this has to be a tricky shadow, or maybe actual people standing in a weird angle, but there wasn't anyone in that house who matched those builds. And even if there was, they had no reason to be out there talking in the freezing cold at 2 a.m. After a few seconds, I blinked and they were gone. Just like that, though. No walking away. There was no car or sound. 1 second, these giant and small things were there, and then they weren't. I tried to brush it off, but things only got stranger after that. Before we moved in, the house next door had already seen its fair share of tragedy. A wife had burned down her home with her husband inside after finding out that he'd been cheating. The fire gutted the place and left the lot empty, the smell of ash still clinging to the street when we first arrived. In the house that we moved into, well, the previous owner shot himself in the head in what would later become my little brother's room. We, meaning my brother and I at least, didn't know that until we'd unpacked. Months passed quietly enough. Then the neighbor whose porch I'd seen those figures under, he died suddenly from alcohol poisoning. His parents, who lived with him, passed away soon after, one from a heart attack and the other in her sleep. That's 3 deaths in the same house, all within a year. Then my father nearly joined them. He collapsed one night in our living room, blue in the face, the same smell of alcohol thick in the air. He died, at least for a moment, before they brought him back at the hospital. After a few more oddities and close calls, my mom couldn't take it anymore. We packed up and left. A year later, someone messaged her saying that the cat lady who lived at the very end of the street had died too. No one knew how. The rest of the neighborhood had all sold their homes and left. That entire stretch of road was nearly abandoned. Out of curiosity, I asked one of the old neighbors, one of the few who stayed, if they'd ever seen anything weird on the street. She gave me this look like I'll never forget. Wide-eyed, cautious, like she was checking to see if I was joking. And then she said, "You saw them, didn't you? The dark shadows. The tall one and the short one." It honestly made my stomach drop. My palms were sweaty too. Apparently everyone on that street knew about them. The tall one always came first. The short one followed. And wherever they appeared, something bad would happen soon after. People said that they were omens, bringers of death, destruction, or both. I don't know if any of that's true, but I do know that I saw them. And every time I think about that street, I still picture the glow of that porch light, 2 black shapes standing underneath it, whispering about something that I surely wasn't meant to hear. You know, I still think we should have gone with this sexy version of Abbott and Costello. I yelled over the throbbing bass of the club music. Dina, my better half, both in friendship and questionable costume choices, rolled her eyes, but a smile touched her lips. Please, like anyone here would appreciate the comedic genius of who's on first, if we were also wearing fishnets. This is perfect, obscure, unbothered. It was the annual college Halloween rager at the Dungeon, a club notorious for sticky floors and even stickier situations. Every corner was packed with students desperately trying to forget about midterms. We'd spent the last hour trying and failing to explain our vintage getup. But that's okay. We weren't trying to win any costume contests or anything like that. We'd retreated to a small empty table in the back corner to catch our breath. Dina took a long pull from her half-empty plastic cup. Okay, mission time. I'm thirsty, you're thirsty. I'm hitting up Liam for a refill. Liam was the guy who threw all the best parties. Tonight he was dressed as a surprisingly convincing, if slightly too eager, Dracula. More importantly, he was currently monopolizing the area near the back bar, making a series of huge communal jungle juice pitchers. Liam always went over the top, mixing exotic-sounding fluorescent concoctions. Just get us anything that glows and tastes mostly like sugar, I said, sinking into my chair. Got it. Operation Glow Up is a go. Dina winked, placing her empty cup on the table. I watched her navigate the crowd toward the self-proclaimed Prince of Darkness. She tapped him on the shoulder, and he flashed his plastic vampire fangs in a wide grin. I saw him nod, turn to his table of various colorful liquors, and start pouring 2 fresh drinks into 2 new glasses. I looked down at my phone, checking the time. When I looked up again, Dina was already on her way back, having somehow bypassed a full conga line of people in animal print. As Dina returned to the table, she was holding a drink in either hand. The glass I was handed had a milky film swirling on top of the alcohol. My brow sort of furrowed. Dina's drink, which she was already sipping, was clear, vivid neon green, a classic Liam creation. Mine, however, was a strange, dull turquoise with a disturbing, almost cloudy layer. It didn't look like anything that would normally come out of a pitcher of punch. "What is this?" I asked, holding it up. "Did Dracula forget to clean his glass? Or is this some kind of new, disturbing flavor?" Dina stopped mid-sip of her own beverage, her face going instantly serious as she looked at my glass. "Whoa, that is not normal," she said, her eyes tracing the opaqueness of the layer floating on top. "I mean, his stuff is usually weird, but that looks just separated, like a science experiment gone wrong." We both stared at it. The colorful club lights reflected off the suspicious surface. The difference was too stark and too jarring to ignore. It was an anomaly in a sea of identical sugary poison. Suddenly, a girl in a cheap nun costume stumbled past, knocking into the table and rattling the glass. The milky layer shivered, and a tiny, almost imperceptible white powder seemed to dissolve into the liquid. Dina's eyes widened, and the cheerful noise of the party seemed to drain away. "Don't touch it," she whispered, her hand shooting out to the steady glass. Her gaze lifted over my shoulder, locking onto a figure standing near the bar. Liam, still in his ridiculous vampire costume, was watching us. Not just watching, but staring intently at our table. When he saw that we hadn't drunk the contents of the milky glass, a subtle cold look of frustration flashed across his face before he quickly turned away to talk to another guest. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying speed. The strange singular color, the milky film, Liam's gaze, the fact that he was the only one mixing drinks tonight. "Dina," I choked out, a cold dread replacing the heat of the club. "I think we just got lucky." A minute later, 2 uniformed campus security officers who had been patrolling the perimeter were suddenly pulling a very pale, very resistant Liam out the side door, his cape trailing behind him. Turns out, he hadn't been so subtle with a few other students lately. The lucky coincidence of a distinctly weird drink saved the night, and a subsequent frantic search of his bar area confirmed the sickening truth. A baggie of white powder, slipped into one cocktail, now sat confiscated on the counter. The police were waiting outside to take him away, and a friend was being taken to the infirmary. I'm just thankful that we had our wits about us, and that we weren't the true victims of that night. It was an especially cold morning. The sun was up, but it hadn't managed to warm anything yet. I was on my way to a school fundraiser, just trying to be on time, driving a stretch of road that I'd driven a million times before. The highway looked clear, maybe a little damp, but nothing unusual, until I hit a patch of black ice. There was no warning or a chance to react. My tires just lost grip and everything stopped making sense. I don't remember the initial spin, just the feeling of weightlessness as my car left the road. Then, the first impact hit, and it was like being inside of a dryer full of bricks. The ravine I went down was 61 feet deep. I know that number because they told me later. At the time, it felt infinite. The car flipped the entire way down, over and over and over again. Metal was screaming in my ear, glass exploding. My shoulder wrenched violently out of its socket. My bicep tore. A finger snapped like a twig. I hit my head hard enough to crack it open, and there was blood everywhere. In my eyes, my mouth, bits of glass embedded in my face and my skin, my hands. It felt like the world had folded in on itself, and there was this silence. The car landed upside down, crumpled into itself like a crushed can. I didn't know it at the time, but I was lucky to be alive. I was barely conscious, pain lighting up my entire body like Christmas. And I was alone. My phone had flung somewhere during the crash out of reach, but by some miracle, someone had seen me go off the road and called for help. The problem is, I didn't know that yet. I had to wait. It took 40 minutes for the ambulance to get me, and in those 40 minutes, I started slipping. I could feel the shock setting in, my body shaking uncontrollably, cold from the inside out. My vision started narrowing, like someone was dimming the lights. I got sleepy, which scared me more than anything else. It wasn't a normal tired. It felt final, like something deep inside me had decided, okay, that's enough. And then I heard it, a voice, soft, gentle, calm. It said, just breathe. You're going to be okay. I couldn't tell you where it came from. It wasn't booming or echoing or theatrical. It was like that. It was close. Like someone had leaned in next to me and whispered it just for me. And somehow, it worked. I focused on that voice, on the words. I clung to them. Every time my eyes started to close, I heard it again. Breathe. Stay with me. You're not done yet. After fighting to keep my eyes open for several minutes, the next real sound I heard was the crunch of boots on gravel and the frantic voices of EMTs. The car door was peeled open, and they pulled me out. I ended up with a torn bicep, dislocated shoulder, fractured finger, stitches in my scalp, and a few weeks' worth of glass being pulled out of my skin. But I lived. They said I was lucky, that a lot of people wouldn't survive a fall like that. And I guess they're right. And I'm grateful, but I've never stopped wondering about that voice. It didn't sound like anyone I knew. It wasn't my imagination. I was barely holding on to consciousness at that point. I guess it could be related to that, but it was something that didn't want me to go. I've had close calls before. My appendix ruptured when I was younger, and that was terrifying in its own way. But this felt different. Like someone or something was there with me, just for a moment, just long enough. I've never been much for ghost stories. Not that I think people are lying. I just never paid much attention when I was younger and such. I liked taking things apart and putting them back together, not sitting around telling ghost stories. Even now, I wouldn't call myself a believer, but I'll give you this. Something happened to me once, and to this day, I don't know how to explain it. I was a teenager, maybe 16 or 17, and I'd come home late one night. Nothing wild. I wasn't that kind of kid. I was sober, sharp, clear-headed. But the house was empty. Parents were out, sister gone. Just me walking down that long hallway to my bedroom at the end of it. I went to push the door open, only I must not have turned the knob all the way. Instead of walking into my room, I smacked right into the door. Chest, really. Nearly knocked the wind out of myself. Not my proudest moment. I cursed under my breath and grabbed the knob and swung the door open. There was a figure, big, dark, standing right there in my room, filling the space in front of me. For a split second, my brain tried to make it into a person, an intruder maybe, somebody who'd gotten into the house. Fight or flight kicked in hard, and for whatever reason, I chose fight. I threw 2 punches straight at its chest, and both times, my fist went clean through it, like punching into smoke. No resistance or weight. That broke me out of my zone. I stumbled back, scrambled for the light switch, but all I managed to do was turn on the ceiling fan. So there I was, yelling into the room, trying to sound tougher than I felt, while the fan rattled overhead. I stormed in, grabbed the pole chain, yanked until the light flicked on. Room lit up bright as day, and it was empty. I checked everywhere. Closet, under the bed, behind the dresser. I even looked in the other rooms of the house. Nobody. Now the easy explanation is that I imagined it. Maybe running into the door startled me so much that my brain conjured something out of the shadows. Maybe. But I'll tell you this, I wasn't half asleep. I wasn't drunk or high. And I wasn't the kind of kid that spooked myself over nothing. I was familiar with all the natural shadows in my house. I know what I saw. I know what I felt when I swung those punches and hit nothing. It was coldness, not just normal air. Do I believe in ghosts? Not really. Not the way some people do. But I also don't laugh off the stories, as technically I've got one of my own, and it still gives me pause when I think about it. So I'm a chronic procrastinator, which means I basically live in my university's 24-hour library during finals week. You get to know the other night owls, the same dozen students fueled by caffeine and despair. You also get to know the staff. There were 2 rotating night librarians. One was a friendly older guy named Bob, and the other one wasn't. She was a woman who looked to be in her 50s. Tall, thin, always wore the same gray cardigan. I really only saw her a handful of times. She wasn't exactly friendly. I'm pretty sure she never said a word. She honestly never seemed to make any noise at all. You'd just look up from your textbook and she'd be there, standing at the end of the aisle. One night I watched her reshelving books. From a distance, it looked normal. But when I walked past, I noticed she was putting them all in the wrong places. A chemistry book in the poetry section. A history text in with the medical journals. They were all perfectly flush with the edge of the shelf, but they were nonsense. It was like she knew what a librarian was supposed to do, but didn't understand the why. I don't mean this in a rude way, but the creepiest part about her was her face. She had this placid, faint smile, always, but it never ever reached her eyes. They were just blank. My final night there, I was on the 3rd floor, which is mostly deserted. It was about 3:30 a.m. I dropped my pen, and it rolled under the desk. As I came back up, I glanced across the massive atrium to the other side of the building. She was standing over there, just looking at me. My heart just stopped. I'd never experienced that before. She smiled the same empty smile, but then her head started to turn, to follow me as I shifted my seat. But only her head. Her body and shoulders stayed perfectly still. She just rotated her neck like an owl, keeping her eyes locked on me. I threw my stuff in my backpack and basically ran for the exit. As I passed the main circulation desk on the 1st floor, I glanced up. She was there, at the 3rd floor railing, looking down at me. The next semester, when I'd go to spend a lot more time there, I was curious and I asked Bob about the other night librarian. He gave me a weird look and said, "It's just me, kid. Has been for years. Library can't afford a second night shift." I was sure he was messing with me. I described her perfectly. He sort of half smiled, and he asked if I was messing with him. He said it sounded like I was describing somebody that used to work there a long time ago. And then he said he wanted to show me something. And when he did, I about fainted, because the picture he was showing me was the woman that I'd seen, that I'd remembered. But she hadn't been there for 20, 30 years. But she was, in fact, the night librarian. So when people ask if I believe in ghosts, I say, yes, I do. I've never been great at remembering my teenage years clearly. Most of it blurs together. Bad food, cold dorm rooms, and the constant hum of fluorescent lights. But every now and then, something pulls one of those memories into sharp focus. A sound, a hallway, a name. And lately, it's been happening more often. I went to a girls' boarding school in the late 80s. Remote campus, rigid rules. The type of place that parents send their kids when they didn't know what else to do with them. It wasn't awful, just isolating. We kept each other sane, and even then, not always. Back then, I brushed off strange moments, the things people swore I'd done or said when I knew I hadn't. I just assumed they were mistaken. But now that I'm older, those little cracks in my memory, they feel more like missing pieces. There was one time a teacher pulled me aside in the hallway, asked if everything was okay. I said, sure. She frowned and said, you were outside the faculty lounge, just standing there, for almost 20 minutes. I had no idea what she was talking about. I told her that she must have seen someone else. She didn't argue, just gave me this odd searching look and said, you walked away when I called for you. Okay, sure I did, I thought. But another girl, Marisol, once asked why I hadn't said hi to her. We passed each other in the second floor hallway, she said. I was heading toward the east stairwell, only I wasn't. I was in the laundry room with 2 other girls at the time. But Marisol insisted. She said I'd looked right at her, and that I didn't even blink. I'd forgotten most of this, honestly. It felt like harmless weirdness at the time. Teenagers being dramatic, confusing faces in dim hallways. The last year I got an email from Emma, one of the girls that I still talk to from back then. She opened with small talk, the usual catch-up stuff. But toward the end, she said, do you remember that night with the basement door? And just like that, I felt it all come back. She said that she woke up around 1 a.m. and saw me standing in the common room, just standing there. She called out and I didn't respond, just turned and walked to the far end where the basement door was. The door was always locked, off limits to students. She said I reached for the knob and the door opened for me, without hesitation. And then I stepped inside and it shut behind me. She said she waited. And a few minutes later, the door opened itself. I came back out, walked right past her without a glance, and went down the hall. Only, that was impossible. I remember that night. I had strep throat and was asleep in my bed. Emma even came to check on me the next morning, brought cough drops from the nurse. When I asked her if she was messing with me, she said, I used to think that maybe I dreamed it, but I still remember how your face looked in that hallway light. I know it wasn't a dream. Emma may not have been lying, but I know that it wasn't me. And I call her crazy, but she's not the only one who saw me where I wasn't supposed to be. I'm typically a pretty rational person, grounded in logic and reason. But there's one thing that happened when I was a kid that I still can't explain, and no matter how much time passes, it keeps coming back to me. I grew up near a well-known prison island. Real dark past, thriving tourism industry built upon it. These days it's mostly ghost tours and history walks, the usual stuff. Back when I was in the 4th grade, we went there for a school camp. The place is infamous for being haunted, but even then, I rolled my eyes at that sort of thing. Old buildings creak, tour guides embellish. People see what they want to see. We were on a historical tour of the prison, moving through cell blocks that had been preserved for decades. Some of the old cells were open for us to walk into. Others were sealed shut, behind rusted iron gates. I remember the cold stone, the stale smell of rust, metal. Nothing felt haunted, just old. I lagged behind the group a bit, peering into the locked doors, and that's when I saw it. Inside one of the sealed cells stood a figure, a completely black silhouette of a man. No features, no detail, just a solid shape. He was tall, wearing what looked like a top hat. And there was an orange glow where his mouth would have been, flickering slightly, like the tip of a cigar. Even as I tell you this now, I know how ridiculous it sounds. It's like a child's cartoon idea of a ghost. What would a man in a top hat, calmly smoking a cigar, be doing in a cell meant for destitute prisoners? But in the moment, all I could do was stare. And then I panicked. I ran ahead and grabbed one of my classmates, someone I knew, someone I trusted, and I drug her back to the cell. I asked her, breathless, "Do you see that?" She did. She went pale. We both did. We stood there frozen, then ran again, this time to get a teacher. But we were told to stop running around, stay with the group, and that was that. Years have passed since then. I've bumped into that same girl a few times over the years. We're not close, just occasional acquaintances. And without fail, every single time, one of us brings it up. She remembers it exactly the way I do. No embellishments, no dramatics, just quiet certainty. I don't blame people for not believing the story, but when people try to explain it away, light tricks, a worker in costume, pareidolia, I get defensive. Because I know what I saw. It wasn't a blur. It wasn't a maybe. It was as real and solid as any person I've stood across from. The only explanation I've ever entertained is that maybe I hallucinated it, and she just humored me. But that doesn't sit right either. So I don't really have a satisfying conclusion, just a story that's followed me into adulthood, something I'll probably never be able to explain, and for sure never forget. It was well past midnight when my boyfriend, now husband, and I finally checked into the hotel. We were utterly drained, hours on the road followed by the usual exhausting dance of family obligations. The air in the hallway was thick and smelled faintly of chlorine and old carpet, the way all mid-range hotels seemed to smell. Our room was on the upper floor, anonymous and silent. We were too tired to truly look at the room. We dropped our bags, brushed our teeth in a detached fog, and barely registered the generic landscape prints on the wall or the slightly mismatched furniture. The moment we flipped the main light switch, we were tumbling straight into the king-size bed, seeking immediate escape and sleep. Sometime in the deep middle of the night, I woke up. I wasn't startled, just suddenly completely awake, facing the window. The room was shrouded in a kind of thick, unfamiliar darkness that feels heavy and disorienting. Slowly, my eyes adjusted and landed on a spot across from the foot of the bed. In the faint spill of ambient light that crept past the curtains, I saw a dark, man-shaped shadow standing perfectly still in the corner. Its outline was distinct, tall and narrow, giving off the definite impression of a human presence. My heart rate jumped and I laid there frozen a bit, but staring intently. I felt a nervous chill despite the warm duvet. It must be a floor lamp. My tired, rational brain finally concluded. That corner looked empty, but maybe the maid service had moved a reading lamp there, or maybe it was a strange coat rack. It was the only thing that made logical sense in a silent, anonymous hotel room. Satisfied with this easy explanation, I rolled over and went back to sleep. The following morning, the strange visual was the first thing I remembered. I turned my head to look at the corner where the supposed lamp had been, but the spot was completely bare. There was no lamp, no furniture, no shadow to trick the eye. Just a plain, unadorned wall corner. I turned to my boyfriend and, chuckling nervously, I told him, "Last night I woke up and thought that there was a person standing in that corner. I calmed myself down by deciding that it must have been a lamp, but there's nothing there." He stopped what he was doing, and he went white. He told me that he had also woken up in the middle of the night. He hadn't seen anything, but he was overwhelmed by an intense cold feeling that he was being watched. The feeling was so strong and unnerving that he actually had to get out of bed and walk to the bathroom just to try to shake the oppressive feeling off. To this day, that memory sticks with me. A chilling reminder of the unknown presence we both felt in that room. When I was about 8 years old, my family didn't have a lot of money, so me and my sister shared a bed in this small room at my grandma's house. It was an old house where everything smelled faintly like cedar and mothballs. The hallway always a little darker than it should be. This one night sticks with me more than anything else from that time. It was late, like past midnight. The window was cracked open because it was summer and we didn't have AC. I remember waking up because my sister rolled over and kneed me in the side. I sat up a little, annoyed, and then I saw a woman. She was standing at the end of our bed. She wasn't moving or saying anything, just standing there. She looked kind of blurry in the dark, but I could tell that she had some kind of long dress on, old-fashioned like. Her hands were clasped in front of her like she was praying or waiting. I couldn't see her face clearly, but I knew that she was looking towards us. I thought I was dreaming, but then my sister spoke. "Do you see her?" Neither of us moved. I didn't want to blink because I was scared that she'd get closer if I did. After what felt like forever, my sister yanked the blanket over her head, and I did the same. We stayed like that until we fell back asleep. In the morning, the room was normal. It felt silly that we were so afraid, but we were. We didn't tell anyone because we were scared they wouldn't believe us, or worse, that talking about her would make her come back. We really only talked about it years later as adults, and my sister remembers it exactly the way I do. The woman at the foot of the bed, her dress, her hands. We've never seen anything like that. Neither of us have seen anything like that since. But we've never forgotten her. This was back in '05, Kansas. I'd been driving too long, so I pulled into a turnout to stretch my legs. I killed the engine, stepped out, and the silence hit me. There were no night birds or insects. It was just my boots on the crunching gravel. I lit a cigarette and leaned against the grill, breathing the cold air. Then, 3 sharp knocks on the hood, hard enough to echo in the metal. I jumped so bad the cigarette hit the dirt, whipped around, heart racing, but there was nobody there. Just the dark. I grabbed my flashlight from the cab. I circled the rig, but nothing. Not a soul. Not even the rustle of grass or anything nearby. I told myself it was the cooling engine, metal shifting. I climbed back in, locked the doors, sat there, breathing hard. That's when I noticed prints on the hood. Not handprints like mine. Too big, too long. Each finger stretched further than it should have. It pressed into the thin layer of dust, like someone had leaned over, knocked 3 times, just to let me know I wasn't alone. I wiped them off in the morning. I don't know why. Like erasing them might erase the night. I haven't stopped on that stretch since. Back when I was in college, I lived off campus in this old house that had been converted into apartments. It wasn't exactly in the best shape. The floor creaked everywhere. The plumbing was ancient and questionable, and it definitely had that always a little chilly vibe, even in the summer, which could be nice. People said that it used to be a boarding house back in the day. I never looked into it, but it wouldn't surprise me. One night I was up late studying in my room. My roommate was gone for the weekend, so I had the whole apartment to myself. It was after midnight, super quiet, just me and the sound of my laptop fan. I remember leaning back in my chair, rubbing my eyes when I heard this low, drawn-out sigh. It came from right behind me. The sound was so close, I actually felt it brush against the back of my neck. I spun around so fast that my chair nearly tipped. But there was nothing there. It was just the wall and the window. The radiator in the corner was hissing, as usual. But it didn't sound like the building was settling. It sounded like a human, and a heavy sigh against my neck. It happened so quick, but I was so certain of what it was. I sat there, waiting for anything else to happen. A second sound, maybe some movement, but it was just silence. After maybe a minute, I grabbed my stuff, and I went downstairs to the living room. I ended up falling asleep on the couch with the TV on, because I couldn't bring myself to go back to that room until the sun was up. I lived there for another year after that. It never happened again, but to this day, I can still remember exactly how it sounded and how it felt. Like someone had been standing right over me. My grandmother loved her house. She didn't just live in it, she created it. Every detail, from the custom woodwork to the imported wallpaper, was her choice. She sourced antiques from around the world, filled every room with carefully chosen pieces. It was less a home and more a curated museum of her taste, her travels, her spirit. People used to say she poured her heart and soul into it. Maybe she did. When she passed, she died in that house, right in her room. While I was sleeping just one door away, I woke to the sound of her falling. The memories never fully left me. After that night, I couldn't go near that end of the house. The moment I got close to her bedroom, I'd feel strange, chilled, unwell, like the air was thicker, suffocating somehow, and I wasn't supposed to be there. My dog, who adored my grandparents and used to follow them everywhere, refused to enter the house again. We brought him once after her death, just once, and he lost it, tried to claw his way out the front door. He was always curious, always friendly, but that day, he didn't just avoid her room, he wouldn't even step past the entryway. Years passed, and eventually I got married. Instead of buying our own place, we decided to move in together there. It didn't feel right to let it sit untouched or to sell it, but even as an adult, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in that wing of the house. We lived at the far end and locked my grandmother's rooms. I didn't step foot in there once. Anytime I got near, I'd feel the same unwell, shaky, cold feeling. It wasn't just in waking life either. After my husband moved in fully, the nightmares started. They weren't just about the house, they were about her, my grandmother. The kindest, warmest person I've ever known appeared in my dreams as someone else entirely. Not cruel exactly, but angry, cold. Her presence in the dreams filled me with dread, and the house was part of it, as if they were bound together, one and the same. Even after we left the country and the house stood empty again, the dreams continued. Always the same themes: her room, her belongings, her face, watching me. Last year, we finally sold it. My mother was the one who packed everything up. She said she felt like she had to keep apologizing to my grandmother as she worked, talking to the empty rooms, saying sorry over and over again. Since then, the dreams have stopped. The house is gone. I feel lighter now, like whatever was there finally let go. You could say it was all in my head: grief, childhood trauma, some psychological echo of loss. But then again, I never dreamed of my father, or my grandfather, or even my dog, all of whom I've loved and lost. Only her, only the house. This isn't my story, but it's one that stuck with me for years. I think about it more often than I should, honestly. Usually late at night, when things feel just slightly off and I can't quite say why. Back in the early 2000s, I met a guy who worked at a theater in New York. This was in the 90s that he worked there, back when the city was still clawing its way out of the worst of the crime waves. He was a stagehand, lighting, rigging, behind-the-scenes stuff. Quiet guy, liked black coffee, didn't say much unless you asked. But when he did talk, there was always this strange calm to him, like he saw the world a little differently. He told me once that someone had broken into the theater one night, a robbery gone sideways. The guy was looking for cash and supplies, and when he got startled, he panicked and stabbed the man in the neck. Bad. Severed something important. He was alone at the time. No one found him for minutes. By the time paramedics arrived, he had lost a terrifying amount of blood and had no pulse. He said that he was clinically dead for nearly 9 minutes. But here's where it gets weird. He told me that he didn't go toward the light. There weren't any angels or tunnels. What he felt, instead, was his consciousness slipping, like a gear misfiring in an engine or falling through a trap door that he hadn't known was under him. He said there was this sudden, overwhelming sensation of being somewhere else. Another version of the same room, the same body, the same life. Except this time, he didn't die. He described it like stepping sideways through reality, that in the original version of events, the one that began when he woke up that morning, he bled out, and that was it. That world kept going without him, but his consciousness migrated, shifted, landed in this timeline, in this version. He survived, and he said it so plainly, so offhand, like he was telling me that he used to live in Queens before moving to Brooklyn. I asked him if he really believed that, and he didn't say, "I believe," he said, "That's what happened." There was no room for interpretation in his voice, no hesitation, just fact. That's what happened. I remember feeling cold when he said it. Not scared exactly, just rattled in some way I couldn't explain. Like he'd opened a door to something that I didn't want to look too closely at. Like a truth that didn't care whether I believed it or not. I never pressed him further. Maybe I should have. Maybe I didn't want to hear more. But sometimes I wonder, what if he's right? What if death isn't an end but a shift? A fold in the paper, a crossing into another version where you didn't die, where your body failed but your consciousness slipped into a timeline where it didn't. And if that's true, if we just keep falling sideways into the next nearest version of ourselves, how would we ever know? How many times have we already died? I grew up in a duplex with thin walls and a shared crawl space that ran underneath both units. My mom used to joke that if we ever lost a toy, it probably rolled under the neighbor's living room. I was 7 when I first noticed the noise. It started as scratching, faint, like a raccoon or possum under the floorboards. It would come and go, mostly at night, sometimes during dinner. We'd hear it in short bursts, like something moving and then freezing. My mom always shrugged it off. Old house, she'd say. One night, I was playing alone in the living room while my mom took a bath. I had this little plastic army set that I loved, dozens of little green figures that I'd line up like a battlefield. One of them slid off the rug and rolled under the couch. When I reached to grab it, I heard it again, scratching, but closer this time, directly under me. Then something tapped 3 times beneath the floor. Not a scurry or a shuffle, distinct taps, like knuckles on wood. I froze, pulled my hand back, stared at the floor for a long time. Later that week, I told the kid next door, Jamie, what I heard. He was a year older and always tried to act tough, but when I mentioned the crawl space, he got quiet. I saw someone down there once, he said. I asked what he meant. He just shook his head. Doesn't matter. My mom says we're not allowed to open it. I had a hard time getting to sleep that night. I started keeping my feet off the floor while I played, just in case. At one point, I even asked my mom if she could check the crawl space, just to make sure nothing was living in there. She told me to stop watching scary movies before bed. A few months later, Jamie's family moved. It was sudden. One day they were there. The next day the curtains were gone. The scratching stopped after that. So did the tapping. We stayed in that duplex for another 3 years. Nothing ever escalated, but I never forgot the sound. Last year I drove past the neighborhood while visiting my mom. The duplex looked the same, peeling paint, rusted mailbox, but now there was a chain and a padlock on the crawlspace hatch, and a small white handprint smudged just beneath it, faded, like it had been there a long time. This happened a few years ago. It's one of those things my whole family still talks about sometimes because it was so clear. We'd just come home from vacation and it was late, close to midnight. We were tired, doing that half-zombie routine of unloading the car, trying to get everything inside. The house was dark except for the porch light and a weak street lamp down the block. I was up on the porch juggling some of the lighter bags. My husband and our 2 kids were still in the driveway, grabbing the heavier stuff out of the trunk. Our dog was out front with us, kind of trotting between everyone, sniffing around. Then he started barking. It wasn't his normal someone's walking past bark. This was that deep, alert bark that he used only when something was on the property. It made me stop mid-step and look at him. At the same time, my husband and the kids also looked toward the dog, and then all of us followed his gaze. Then we saw a shadow figure, full-bodied, tall, with a kind of old-fashioned shape to it, walking from the front of our yard toward the back. It wasn't like a blur or a flash. It was the shape of a man, moving at a steady pace, with what looked like a hat. It gave me railroad conductor vibes. I remember thinking the outline was weirdly crisp for a shadow. Our dog followed a few feet, barking like crazy, but he would not go past the edge of the backyard. He just froze there, hackles up, barking at nothing. The shadow kept moving toward the back of the yard, and then it was gone. Not like it ducked out of view, just gone. This all happened within a few seconds, but we saw it. The 4 of us stood there staring at each other. Nobody said anything right away. It's that moment when Something so odd happens that your brain tries to make sense of it, piecing it together before you speak. Then my oldest said, "Did you see that guy?" And my husband nodded. We all compared notes right there. Tall man, hat, moving from the front to the back, disappearing. After we got inside and calmed down a little, I went out back with a flashlight to check. There were no footprints or sign of anyone hiding. Just our yard and the dog still pacing at the edge like he wasn't sure if it was over. 4 people. We all saw the same thing, same details. We were all awake, though tired. Outside, sober. Even the dog reacted. We still don't know what it was. Nobody else was outside. No one in the neighborhood matches that description. And it hasn't happened again. Some things you can shrug off and just not think about them. This wasn't one of them. When I was 18, I was heading to an after party with a couple of friends. It was around 2 a.m. It was a weird dead zone of the night where everything feels a little bit off. It's too empty. The roads being particularly empty. No cars, no people, just long stretches of nothing. We were driving through this semi-rural area, and we passed this gas station that had clearly been closed for hours. The windows were dark, the sign was off, and the place just had that shut-down tight vibe. But one single light, just one, was still glowing above the pumps, and under it, an old woman. Like, very old, easily 80s or 90s. But what really got me was what she was wearing. It looked like a Victorian nightgown, full length, pale, almost glowing in the harsh pump light. There was no jacket or purse, just her, standing there alone, barefoot, I think. She wasn't moving. She was just staring, straight ahead. Not at us or the station, just out into the void. We all saw her. Everyone in the car went dead silent. No car in sight, no bus stop nearby, and no way in hell that she walked there from anywhere. We were miles from the nearest neighborhood or store. It wasn't just weird, it was wrong. We slowed down a little, not enough to stop. None of us were trying to die that night, but enough to get a good look. She didn't flinch, didn't look at us, didn't seem aware of us at all. Just this fragile, ancient-looking woman standing perfectly still under a single flickering light at a shut-down station, looking like she'd stepped out of a dream or a funeral. It was weird. The rest of the drive was whatever. We got to the party and tried to brush it off, but it stuck with us. It felt like we'd seen something we weren't supposed to see. A few hours later, we left. Same road, same route. The gas station was dark, and the woman was gone. No indication that she was ever there, other than the fact that we saw her. We even pulled in for a second just to look. No one. No shoe prints, no sign of anyone. We've never figured it out. No missing person reports, no stories in the news. Just a moment burned into our brains that none of us can explain. I don't claim to know what we saw. It could have just been some old lady, but I don't think so. Whatever she was, I don't think it's a ride that she was looking for. So this is sort of a strange story, but since I can't stop thinking about it, I thought I'd share it with you. I've heard of doppelgangers, mainly the forms of fiction or an innocent joke. Though in my 43 years on this earth, I've never had someone tell me that I so much as look like someone or resemble someone. I've been living in this neighborhood for almost 15 years, and as a result, I know just about everyone in town, and likewise, they know me. However, the last 2 weeks have been strange, and that several people, whom I don't know, have mentioned knowing my doppelganger. The first instance, I was standing on a busy downtown street corner, waiting for the light to change as I headed to a doctor's appointment. A woman approached me and asked if I had decided where we were going to have lunch. I looked at her and said, "I don't know who you are. Why would I be going to lunch with you?" She told me to stop joking around, that we would have to find somewhere to have lunch quickly, as she had to get back to work. She would not believe me when I said I didn't know her, so I pulled out a couple pieces of identification, and I showed her I was not who she thought I was. She was shocked. Apparently, I was her brother. Exact same looks, clothes, and mannerisms. She also said her brother was a joker and that this was the type of stunt that he would pull on her for a laugh. She looked at me suspiciously, even though I had proven my case. She asked if I could stay with her until her brother arrived. I really wanted to, but I had to go to a doctor's appointment, and if I hadn't gotten moving then, I'd be late. In retrospect, I wish I would have stayed to meet the guy. Maybe less than a week after that appointment, I was approached by yet another woman I didn't know. This time, I was standing at the bar of a place that I'd only been to a couple of times. I had my beer, and the plan was to watch the rest of the T-Birds game before heading home. And that's when this woman approaches the bar. She didn't ask me anything at first, but I could tell she was looking at me. And then she just casually said, "Hey." I greeted her, but I could tell she thought she knew me. After standing for a moment, she says, "I can't believe you're not going to say anything about last night." She was angry or frustrated. I looked at her confused and asked her, "Is it possible you're mistaking me for someone else?" She scoffed, told me to stop fucking around. I went to grab my ID from my wallet, fully prepared to prove my case yet again, but before I could, she grabbed my beer and splashed it in my face. What the hell? By the time I could see again, she was gone. The bartender was looking at me like, "Damn, what did you do, dude?" I asked the guy, "Who was that woman?" He laughs. Apparently, he thought I was kidding. So, another case of severely mistaken identity. Leaving the bar that night, I was honestly a little on edge. It was fine when I was innocently mistaken as someone's brother, but now this doppelganger is really pissing people off, and I'm somehow getting the brunt of it all. That was the last experience I had that jolted me, but evidently, this man, my look-alike, lives in the town I work in. I noticed as many people have started to greet me as him, so I know that his name is Dean. "Hey, Dean." What the hell does one say to that? I've gotten to the point where I just ignore them, which maybe that's not a good look for Dean, but as far as I'm concerned, this was my face first, my town. Like, where did this guy come from? Why do I feel like somehow I'm being erased? To this day, I've never met him, and honestly, I don't really know if I want to. Many years ago, I had a job cleaning floors overnight on the graveyard shift once the business closed. The owner of the cleaning service had contracts with the stores like Kmart, True Value Hardware, and a few other retail and department stores. Normally, it was just 2 or 3 guys to a store, depending on the size of the store. True Value, for example, was small, so there'd only be 2 guys assigned. There was a running joke about how scary it is to be locked inside the store, all alone at night, and you don't want to ever experience it. People really seemed to feel this way about the Kmart. I would hear stories of people hearing voices or jokes about it, but I never thought much more about it. Every time I reported to where I was assigned, there was always another guy or 2 there. There were never any issues for me. Well, one night when I reported to where I was assigned, the Kmart, I was told the other 2 guys had called out, so I'd be on my own. I wasn't a bit scared at all. I didn't really think about it. That was until about 10 p.m., when all the Kmart employees had left and the last car rolled out of the parking lot. And so I was locked in the store, alone. I soon realized what everyone meant about how scary it is to be locked in a store this big, alone, overnight. I immediately started hearing noises. I for sure tried to brush it off, but I swear that sometimes it sounded like actual voices. Things like, "Hey," or "Yo." I realized every little noise was causing me alarm. What was that? Who's there? Hello? The entire night you think or you feel like someone's there. I called out hello several times even though I was sure I was alone. The worst part was going into the dark warehouse for supplies. Dead silence. But then you hear a noise. I went to the hardware section at around midnight, and I stuck a hammer in my back pocket for protection. I was convinced that someone was in the store with me this time. By 2 a.m., I was in the sporting goods to grab a baseball bat. I never had to use these things, but I sure felt good carrying them around. It was a huge store, only me inside, and I was locked in. Dead silence. I remember constantly checking the parking lot just to see if someone had arrived or something. The noises going constantly, especially the ones that sounded like voices. They made my imagination start running wild. I was never so happy to see the sun come up and get the hell out of there. I for sure think everyone is on to something. That Kmart was haunted. I can't say the same for True Value, though. That place was pretty boring, and definitely not haunted. Driving as long as I have, I've hit animals before. It comes with the territory. A deer bolts out of nowhere. A stray darts across the country road. You don't want it to happen, but when you're pulling 80,000 pounds at highway speed, there's not much choice. You remember the sound, the jolt, the way your stomach feels. It's awful, but it's real. But this wasn't that. It was 3 winters ago. Late night, running east through Indiana. Empty highways. I was wide awake, coffee strong, music low, eyes steady. But out of nowhere, a figure stepped into my lane. I had maybe a second to react. Slamming the brakes, the rig screamed under me. Tires were fighting for grip. I felt the thud. Not hard, just enough to tell me that I'd made contact. My chest seized. I'd hit someone. I brought the truck to a shuddering stop. Hazards flashing, breath coming fast and shallow. My hands wouldn't unclench from the wheel. Finally, I forced the door open and I climbed out. Legs shaking so bad I almost stumbled. The highway never felt so empty. No car pulled to the side. No shoe in the road. There was no blood. No body. Just silence in every direction. I walked the shoulder, looked across the gravel, the weeds. Nothing. My pulse was still hammering in my ears when I thought of the dash cam. At least it would tell me the truth. Back in the cab, I replayed the last minute. The footage was there. Open road, glow of my headlights, and a figure. For a split second, it was clear as day. A person walking straight into my lane. But the longer I watched, the stranger it got. The outline didn't hold. Seemed thin, almost translucent. The shape warping as if the camera itself couldn't decide what it was seeing. Then it was gone. No impact or stumble. It didn't collapse. It was just gone. I sat there for what felt like an hour, replaying it over and over, trying to convince myself that it was a glitch. But I knew what I'd felt. That jolt through the wheel, the weight of the hit. My body remembered it, even if the road didn't. I don't know how, but eventually I put the truck back into gear and drove on. The rest of the night, every mile marker looked the same. The highway felt hollow, like the world had pulled back a curtain and shown me something I wasn't supposed to see. To this day, I can't explain it. The dashcam file corrupted not long after. Wouldn't play anymore. I've had this happen with others, but it feels strange. Maybe that's for the best, though. Maybe I don't need to see it again. A long time ago, I worked the late shift at a warehouse connected to a shopping mall. Think Sears. Only 2 of us worked there at a time, so if one of us called in sick, the guy who was there alone would be screwed until the early crew showed up later that morning. We had others get hired, but they always quit. Here would be a typical night. You're in a well-lit building, so that wasn't really the problem. It was the things that you would see. You would be doing a task, for example, sweeping, inventory, and suddenly it would get cold. I mean, to the bone cold. Then you would look around and you'd catch a glimpse of someone moving fast, but there was never anybody there once you got a good look in that direction. It almost resembled someone moving through thick fog, but just for a split second. Also, on the outer edges of the buildings were corridors to offices and the mall itself. The offices and hallway had sensors. You would see sections of the building suddenly light up, and the sound of slamming doors. Sometimes, when I'd get a chill, it would be followed by a group of women chattering. Chattering that would soon be cut off suddenly, making it that much more obvious how much it was there to begin with. Again, there's never more than 2 people working, and sometimes we're alone. In the beginning, I would frequently check things out, coming up empty-handed almost every time. I say almost because it's a warehouse, and a pigeon or 2 had been the cause of certain sounds, just not the super haunted ones. We had a radio to blast just to drown out the random noise. That thing would just shut off for no reason, and it would stay off for hours. So many people would get hired and quit the job suddenly. They would rarely say why, but we knew. Some guy said that he was freaked out because he saw feet walking where they shouldn't be, and that was it. One time, though, this woman started working there. I asked her what she thought of the spirits, and she tells me, funny that you ask, because the building had a strange presence in her opinion. She said every evening before walking in, she would meditate and create a bubble around herself for protection. Me and my coworker look at each other and kind of scoff. Though we'd experienced some stuff, I guess we were still just assholes with shit to learn. She was nice, though, so I asked her to walk towards the part of the building that always felt the most off to her, gave her the creepiest vibes. Her turn to scoff. She basically said that she would do one better. Then she started meditating, just sitting in the middle of the ground in total silence. We stood there sort of unsure what to do. She stayed sitting for a while, but quickly hopped up and told us to follow her. We stood near the back door, closest to the parking lot, an area where I frequently saw shadows or glimpses of something moving quickly. She says that the parking lot is a staging area. Still, I never quite figured out if that was an official term or what it meant, but it stuck with me. She said that there were a lot of spirits there. They were looking for the light to move on to the next, but some didn't want to go. She adds that while meditating before work, she'd sometimes point to where the light was, and some spirits followed. She said if we were really bothered by the activity, we could ask the spirits to leave, saying it would just take some extra time and effort. So we basically just let her do that while we stood around. That girl ended up quitting because she got a better job, but for a few months we never heard or saw anything at night. For a while there, I just didn't even worry about it, went about my business. Then, a few months later, I was closing up, locking the doors just opposite of the one facing the parking lot, when I caught a glimpse of someone moving to the left. Then, I saw one of the very back sensor lights turn on. Sure enough, the sounds and sights returned, and it went back to the same routine. It was crazy stuff. Left the job probably a year and a half into it. This was over 10 years ago. But it still manages to be one of the more interesting, if not kind of scary, experiences I've had while on the job. Several years ago, I worked at a Value Village on Evergreen Way when I was just released from prison for armed robbery. Value Village is a secondhand store, a good part-time job. It helped me maintain my sobriety. I was able to obtain a steady income and get off the streets after saving my first 2 paychecks. I met the only couple of people that have ever been kind to me there. My boss, Anthony, and my closing partner, TT, aka Little T or T. Rest in peace, T. This story takes place probably 15, 17 years ago, and she was as close to dust as you could get when I met her. The bad part, this Value Village was as haunted could be. I do believe that now. The city itself, it's a miserable mess. Maybe it was the city that was haunted, and the ghosts just waltzed around wherever. I'm pretty sure that every community has a well-off part of town and a poor part of town. This area is at the very tip of the poor spectrum. You can't get much more grimy than Evergreen Way. A random night, as a closer, is close to the end of the night. No more shoppers. I'm cleaning aisles and reorganizing the items that people decided they didn't want but couldn't bother to bring themselves to put it where they found it. T's out on a smoke break. I'm close to the front of the store. While I'm sweeping around the jewelry section, I hear a very familiar squeak. I look up, and I see one of the shopping carts slowly moving down an aisle 3 or 4 rows down. All of the carts had these long red poles connected to them to deter people from shoplifting or taking the carts altogether. I stand there and I watch this thing squeak from one end to the other before coming to a stop. Again, I'm at the front of the store. I would have seen someone enter. Still, I say, "Hello?" But nobody answers, so I return to what I was doing. A few seconds later, when my back's turned away, a distant wheel began to clunk and squeak again. I spin around. I watch the same shopping cart moving back just as slowly as it had the first time. That makes the hair stand up on my arms. Holding the broom like a katana, I walk to the aisle that the carts were sitting in. When I get there, the aisles are empty. Panning my head around, I quickly notice that a lot of shopping carts are slowly moving, coming to life. Moving in various directions in the aisle. I decided I didn't really want any part of what was going on there, so I turned around. This didn't help me from screaming like a child, though. As I turned to walk away, I could hear the carts escalating in speed behind me. I let out a yip more cowardly than I'd like to admit as I left the aisle with the carts. Right around the corner is T. I practically collided with her and we both screamed. She asked me what the hell I was doing running around and making noise. I told her straight up, those shopping carts are possessed. Without hesitation, I walked her over to turn the corner into the possessed aisle. Of course, they weren't moving. But that's when T says, "Yo, I know." Apparently, this has happened to her a few times. Why she never told me, I don't know. But now, she told me she'd practically been hit with these carts in the past, that they'd clipped the back of her legs one night while working alone. As she's telling me this, several red poles of several shopping carts begin to vibrate and shake. The two of us stood there, watching as the shopping carts continued to tremble. It was like an invisible force was forcefully trying to communicate with us through these objects. T and I exchanged a couple of glances, mine more nervous than hers. Even with the moral support of someone else, I didn't know what to do next. As the vibrations intensified, T suddenly spoke out. When I gave her a look like, "What the hell are you doing?" she told me that she knew this place was haunted. She said as much, and then she asked the ghosts to talk to her. Followed it up with, "What do you need?" I'll give her some credit. It took me from scared to entertained pretty quick. It's hard to say exactly what I believed in that moment, but I certainly didn't think I was going to be speaking with ghosts. T stuck out her arms in front of her, as if she knew what was going to happen next. To my personal astonishment, at the same time the vibrations ceased. The carts were becoming still. It was as if they were waiting for whatever T was doing. I noticed her eyes were closed. I watched as she took a deep breath and began speaking softly. At the moment, though, it just kind of looked like something crazy. Before I knew it, she was whacking me on the shoulder and whispering for me to close my eyes. So I did. And T was asking questions, whispering things and being still. Took everything in me to keep my eyes closed and show some patience. I heard the rustling of tags hanging on items nearby. The air felt different, and I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer. I opened my eyes the moment I heard a faint whisper echo through the space. It was barely audible, but distinct enough for me to hear. It said, "Harper." Well, I thought it said Harper, but after scolding me for opening my eyes, T said that she was sure it said, "Help her." For a moment, we lightly argued about what the voice could have said, but I was feeling increasingly more uncomfortable. It's not like it was malevolence I felt, but I wasn't experienced in talking with ghosts. Long story short, I wanted to go home. In a series of whispers and my inability to distinguish T's from the spirits, I asked that we speed this along and get to finishing closing. T asked if I wanted to just go, that she would stay behind. I considered it, but she laughed, saying that all the whispers had subsided anyway, jokingly blaming me for scaring them away. That night, T told me about her various experiences in the store, and then she told me that if I could hear those whispers too, it likely wouldn't be the last time that I experienced something. And well, T, rest in peace, my friend. And though I know you're not around to know it, I don't know how these things work. You were right. Fast forward, I still live in the same town 15 plus years later, and the store itself still exists. I work for the company that's hired to do landscaping for this portion of the city. And one day over the last year, I decided to pop inside to see my old boss. I wanted to see if he was working. He was always a great person. I wanted to chat with him as possible. Honestly, I just had this odd feeling to go visit him before leaving town that day. On my way inside, I see him walking from the back of the store. He gives me a wave through the glass windows. He smiles and then takes a hard right out of view. When I get inside, I don't immediately see him anywhere. I ask around. One gal doesn't even know who I'm talking about, but another one does. She asks how I knew Anthony, and I told her the whole story, and she regrets to inform me that Anthony passed away. Heart failure. He had died at work. I asked the gal if she was absolutely positive we were talking about the same guy, the same Anthony. She told me that he's the only one she ever knew to manage the store for multiple years. She repeated his last name back to me, and it was Anthony. So, who did I see? I looked throughout the store, hung around far too long, trying to see if anyone matching his exact description was in the store. No such luck. I've accepted that I saw Anthony. I can't explain it, but I can't very well explain what happened in that store with me and T either. And just because I can't fully understand it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Thanks for reading. If you have similar experiences, I'd really like to hear them. Or I guess just know that you're not alone in yours. Last year, I was forced to camp in the forest of West Newbury, Massachusetts, as I was homeless, technically. I still am. I should add that I co-own the land I've been camping on, but it's no house. It was hard work making several trips carrying my possessions from the main road to my campsite, which was 300 yards away from the road. I also was forced to go through a swamp to get there. It was moments before sunset when I finally finished with all of the loads I needed to carry when I happened to look to my left. About 50 yards away, I saw a male face peeking at me from behind the trees, but only for a second. The face had both a puzzled and a curious expression. I was also struck by its notable look of innocence. Anyway, when it realized I had seen it, it immediately ducked behind the tree. The entity appeared to be about 7 feet tall, impossibly slim, and slightly incandescent. At first, I thought it was a man in his early 20s. I was puzzled by the fact that someone was out in the middle of nowhere at that late of an hour. I almost shouted a greeting, but then I decided to wait for the guy to emerge from behind the tree before I did. I waited and waited, but he never did come out from behind the tree. There was no noise of footsteps in the leaves or branches either. Over the next few minutes, it finally dawned on me that the entity I had witnessed was not human. That was a difficult realization, as I had never experienced such a shocking thing before. In retrospect, the creature had not wanted to be seen. Only through sheer happenstance had I spotted it. Likely, the entity was some sort of member of the supernatural world, but your guess is as good as mine. A few weeks after the sighting, I happened to mention the incident to a woman that I know at the soup kitchen I regularly go to. She, Joyce, is a New Age type, highly tuned in with all things spiritual. She asked if the creature was tall, spindly, and bright. I replied that it was. Next, she got on her smartphone and looked up artist renditions of similar spiritual entities. She pointed to one picture and asked if that was the entity I had spotted. I said it looked very similar. She explained that what I had viewed is called a forest light being. She said that she had seen a few herself. I asked if they were harmful. She claimed they were not. She also informed me that if I tried meditating, then my vibrations might enable me to regularly see spiritual entities, especially in the woods. However, I don't know how to meditate, and honestly, I'm too lazy to learn. In addition, I'm perfectly content not seeing any more inexplicable stuff. I mean, I want to sleep peacefully in my tent at night. Indeed, the howls and yapping of the neighborhood coyotes are creepy enough. I've been living in the same forest since late October 2019, and all that time I've never seen anything unusual since sighting the light being my first evening there. Sometimes, as I sit by my campfire, I catch myself spinning my head around suddenly to see if the same light being is peeking at me again from behind a nearby tree, but it never is. Update: December 14th, 2020 now, and I'm still in that same forest. Last night, by my campfire, I shouted to the trees, "Look, you owe me an explanation. What are you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why the hell were you peeking at me? I'd like an explanation before I die. I'm right here, okay? Show yourself." Nothing happened. Likely, it never will.